And welcome everyone once again to Knowledge Seekers Workshop. This is the 74th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Today is Thursday, August 13th, 2015, and we'll start the workshop with the promotional video from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute.
Where does humanity go from here? What have we tried to do? What if there is more, much more? The Keshe Foundation is proud to announce a new way to bring humanity forward through technology that brings humanity in line with the natural operation of the planet and universe itself. The new science and technology discovered and developed by the nuclear engineer Moran Keshe centers upon the use and control of magnetical gravitational fields. This new body of knowledge opens the road to hundreds of potential applications, which offer solutions to most of the fundamental problems of the world, such as water, food, environmental contamination, and shortages of energy. The Keshe Foundation is proud to unveil the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. The Institute will be able to provide students and staff an immersive way to learn the plasma technology, to be the leaders of the new generation of scientists and plasma engineers. The Keshe Foundation has opened the door to the world for peaceful usage of technology that is independent of the limited resources that are available on Earth. This is an understanding of how everything works together in harmony in our universe, and it applies to everything from the smallest to the biggest, from atoms to galaxies. We all are able to collectively work together in pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and solutions for our society. This learning environment is new to the world, where there will be no test to confirm your understanding. The knowledge of everyone will be respected and allowed to flourish in a nurturing environment. Hands-on testing and experimenting will be widely used in conjunction with roundtable discussions to bring all opinions and knowledge forward. Students will be introduced to a change in the ethos of working in collaboration. Students will experience firsthand how we share knowledge in a free and open manner. Graduating students are expected to share the knowledge they gain from the university within their respective communities and nations. All formal teachings, lectures, and presentations will be in the English language, with technology available for immediate translation. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will be offering 3-year executive master programs for undergraduate degree students and 1-year executive master programs for graduate degree students in the following fields: space transportation, new plasma technology, health, agriculture, materials, energy. The health section is designed to make students able to live in space without the need to return to Earth. To this end, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute has found processes for many diseases including ALS, cancer, coma, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will offer online teaching courses which will enable anyone, anywhere around the world to enroll and increase their knowledge and understanding. Students will have the opportunity to direct their work towards commercial spin-offs and seek funding through the help of the Keshe Foundation. The access to the new science and new technologies is openly available for peaceful use to the benefit of mankind to make a better world today. Now you can be part of the changing world and the new knowledge. All commercial spin-offs are intended to be open source and patent-free. This is part of the core ethos of the Keshe Foundation and the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will have its official inauguration on April 21st, 2015, with courses commencing soon after on May 4th, 2015. The students of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute will be the leaders of the future who will make changes in all areas of space technology, science, medicine, agriculture, and energy. Anyone is able to apply, but acceptance is through invitation only. No prerequisites are required. We will be accepting approximately 250 students for the 3-year Executive Master's Program and 120 students for the one-year Executive Master's Program. We welcome humanity's participation in the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Where does humanity go from here? That is up to you. Apply today.
And so we'll just begin the workshop. We have the Nano and Gans Health workshop that's important today. But we'll let Mr. Keshe announce and go ahead with whatever he would like to present initially here. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning. Good day to you, as usual, wherever you listen to these teachings. Today, most of us become a student to the new teachers in a way of new understanding of the work of the foundation and our health aspects. As you know, we have spent a lot of time in developing the energy side, and as we have seen now, the energy battery unit, which is rechargeable for indefinite time, has gone on position of display on the Keshe Foundation website, which means what they were asking for us to prove the proof of the technology. Now you can buy one 5-volt everlasting rechargeable battery from the Keshe Foundation sister organizations around the world in the coming time, but it will be mainly done in China to start with. This has been designed and developed by Eric Clausen, which we asked to go to China to collaborate to develop and finish it. We thank Eric for his openness in sharing knowledge and unit into reality. This will be followed by the energy units, which we are developing and commercializing in the coming 45 days. So we have shown the correctness of the technology, not only by CO2, not only by the health belt, not only by the other aspects of the technology, which most of you have helped to put a structure around it in the past 12 or 18 months. Now we have come to the essence of why we are doing all these things, why we are producing the energy, why we are producing all these gadgets to be able to fly, to reduce the fuel costs. There is no essence in having these when there is no life. When there is nothing to use it, there is nothing, no purpose for it. The purpose of all these things we do is to bring comfort to our living, to have energy, to be able to light up the room, that we can walk away from darkness. This darkness is not just in the room. At the moment, the darkness sits in the soul of the man, sits in the knowledge of the man. So now we want to enlighten our life, the physicality part, and its effect on the soul of the man by the teachers of the future of the foundation. I'll sit in the background as a guide. If there is anything to add, I will add on. We bring new teachers, a school of adding use of the technology. This week, today, we start the real process of sharing knowledge. What does this mean? Is the most important thing to man is the life of the man, is physical entity of the existence. If there is no physicality, then the soul works on a different level. Up to now, human race has worked in different ways, in using herbs, in using roots, in using God knows whatever for centuries to change the condition of its physical pain, its physical discomfort. In the past 50-100 years, we've seen a rapid developing pharmaceutical, making everything as fast as you can to reach as many as possible for whatever reason. And some people have seen huge financial gain from this game. But the man in Africa cannot afford food, cannot afford the medical food of his body. With this sharing of the knowledge today, and we start from today, and the first 5 weeks will be done by you, not by me, is that we go back to our roots, to the tribal roots, sharing equally that we all have enough to be comfortable. Understanding that every member of this community of human race is needed. When you live in a tribe, when you live in a family, the weakest child is not ignored because it's still needed, because it's part of the family. So what we're going to do from today for next 5 weeks is to bring health to humanity across the world. We want you to test. We want you to bring your knowledge in. You're a doctor, you're a physician, you're a layman, you're a farmer, you are a mechanic. Whatever you are around the world, let us make the new cycle of health for man in a way that this time is not dependent on the tribe and where we are in the world, but as one collective unit. So what we have asked to do, in the background, test. Whatever you think can be done. You're going to toothache, test the technology, use the nanomaterial. Renan will take over this session after I finish. And then we want you to report back. We have to make the data. We have to make what I call the testimonial. You used it, what happened? How long did it take? And what was the result? Classify the diseases: toothache, migraine, stomach pain, muscle pain, cancer, whatever. There is no border. No one can dictate to man what he does for his health in his house, anywhere in the world. We are free. We are one nation, one planet. Through the health, because it's essential to all of us, we bring man to one family. We don't ask what's the color of Renan. We don't ask what he believes in. We don't ask what he's eating for breakfast. But we freely take his knowledge and share it, that we can use it for ourselves, for our children, for our parents, for our neighbors. So, as part of the roadmap for peace, health is essential. And if we can bring each other to one family throughout the world, through health, no one can object. Peace roadmap will not be fought by guns and by diplomacy. It will be won by the heart of the people when they work as one. And the health section is set to do that. I planned this over 6 months ago. And I've seen it coming exactly the way it's supposed to be. Ren has used the nanomaterial in different shape or form for his family, and he just posted the result. And he says he never touched them. He doesn't touch his child or himself or whatever with the nanomaterial. He covers the nanomaterial. It's done the correct way. He does not eat or drink the nanomaterial. He uses the effects of the nanomaterial, Gans state, gravitational magnetic field plasma, for changing the condition. I think, as they say, every man, if when I showed you the energy unit, now you've seen it, now you've seen it coming in the market, you've seen the belts, anybody who used it, they say they change. I was yesterday with the world champion racing higher speed boats, and his wife says to me, it's strange. The minute he puts the belt on, the pad, he has energy and the pains disappear. And the energy he gets is so much. We see not in changing the pain, but body needing the energy that he absorbs from the belt, from the gravitational magnetic field of the belt. A lot of people can't afford the belts, but all of us can find a piece of wire which you can burn, as Brendan showed us, to make a tool to change the condition of our physicality from pain.
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
I think you played with a cord or something, or your headset turned off.
No, I am as fixed as anything. You gotta ask those people who in the background don't want it to be listened.
Because you had some really good audio up to this point.
Yeah. We know. Don't worry. What it is, it shall be. I haven't touched anything. I'm in a free hand. Is it good now? On the other hand, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in eating it. No one can tell. I can tell you as much as you like what this technology can do for your health. But we can listen to testimonial of a man who knows the technology very well, and you see him in the picture, in the video, which Rick is going to show, that this was done in a presentation when Professor Meyer was in Keshe Foundation Center in Nino in Belgium, and he wanted to make a presentation about the technology after Professor Meyer, because it was time for respected people in the organization of the Keshe Foundation to be able to bring forward the position of the foundation. This gentleman himself, you see him at the stroke, can't use his hand, and now can't use his hand very well in typing a lot of things on the internet. But his attestation confirms, because he's so close to the foundation, that how correct the work of the health is and how it's understood. It's only for a few minutes we listen to it as attestation of the man not only understood the technology, but have used it to his own benefit. And now he sees it as a danger to the others. So we pray for the soul of the people who stay in the path of the right. And let's listen to this, and then attestation is confirmation of the technology. And then we go to Renan for us to open a new door for the health section. But what I'm asking, and I'm asked in the background from Vince, is that the only way we bring Paul peace together is when we just look at the blood of the man and the love of the man. The blood of man brings a lot of pain. The love of man brings a lot of unity. So what I want to ask you is, we have Jews, if you have Muslims, if you have Iranians who are listening to us from the Islamic background, if you have Jewish people from Iran, if you have listeners from Tel Aviv or in Israel, I know we have a lot of followers in Israel. If you have Palestinians online, just think. Is your blood any redder than the other one? Just think. The pain of amputation of a toe is any different for a Jewish child, for a Muslim child, for a Palestinian, for Iranian, for Japanese, American, or Chinese? And if the answer to you, for you to this question is yes, please leave. And if you want to bring mankind to our point, come online, we give you the floor. Would you like to play the video, please? This is the testimonial for a man who understood the technology and has used it. And you look at his left hand, totally paralyzed, now it's used, and he's standing on top of the table of Professor Miles after this lecture in Keshe Foundation in 2012. And then from this testimonial, we go to Renan Dyer.
Okay, let me play that now.
So the basic, let's say, what is important is that we as Keshe Foundation share the knowledge of what we understand as being the theoretical concept of the plasmas, sharing it in the world, because there is logic, and we have real results when Mehran Kesh heals people or reverses their conditions, retunes them in their position, and he can do that. That means that the logic he uses to make those medical reactors is correct. Otherwise, he could not do it. So the theoretical knowledge, the transfer of those ideas, the processes that he used in his thinking, these are thoughts, that is important. So the basic of his theory is that there is, and that is shared with a number of people, that there is in the cosmos a number of very, very small magnetic rays. And these magnetic rays make a kind of soup. So in fact, energy, energy is everywhere. And it is to us humans to convert this energy in a way that it fits us. That's important. So like he said, man only converts. You see, so God creates, but man only converts. And then this is a beautiful concept where you have the neutron with the fundamental plasma, initial fundamental plasma, who has 3 elements in it. And it can decay in a proton and in...
would you like to stop the video?
So this...
Okay, thanks, Vince.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So we see in the testimonial of the man confirming the correctness of the technology, and he has used it, that now he can use it freely to type whatever he likes on the internet. So this is the purpose, sharing the knowledge freely, even though using the knowledge can lead to problem for the people who advocate the knowledge. Part of the problem we have, which we are hunted and chased for by the Belgian government, is for the technology which he has used to improve his hand and his life. And then on the back, we get the response. We don't look at the physicality, what it does. We look at what it can bring to the comfort of the man. That's all it counts. We are here to unite, not to divide. Doesn't matter how they structure their life. I remember a very good, not a story, but what happened is that a man gets a heart operation to extend his life. They do a transplant, and he walks out of the hospital and gets killed by a car. Is the knowledge man was wasted, or was tested to see if it's able to do the job? We are in the same position. From today for the next 5 weeks, we're going to test. I encourage you. It's your decision, not mine. Extend the knowledge of the man that collectively we understand totality of the structure as it was explained in this short video. The work of the plasma, the work of the magnetic fields, and as a human, how to convert it at the point of need from what is being created by the Creator. It's in the book, the last sentence. Man, only a converter. You have to learn how much you convert, in what condition, in what way, that improves the life of the man, releases the pain of the man, creates food for the man, at the same time releases the man from the burden of physical life pain. Irrespective of your color, your race, your religion. When you go and you buy aspirin from a shop, when you go and buy a paracetamol from a shop, it doesn't tell you if it's for a white man, a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim. It works amongst, because it works only on the blood level, directly amongst all men. This is the technology of the Keshe Foundation. Blind to everything else but the comfort of the man or the peace of the man. Renan, are you ready to enlighten us?
Yes, Mr. Cash, I'm ready, waiting here.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you very much for your time.
Good
You take
afternoon.
the floor, and I become your student.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon,
Go
everyone. This is Renan from the Philippines. So I just want to share my experience and also the applications of nano and GANs in our physical body. So I'm gonna share my screen so everybody can see. Can you see? Okay. Rick, can you see the share screen?
Yes.
I can see it fine here. How are you, Rick?
Everything is okay with us. Yeah.
Okay, so before I start, I put always a warning in all of my drawings, especially on health. So we need to be careful in handling these materials, the nanos and GANs. So avoid physically touching the skin with the nanomaterials and GANs. Always be reminded, and never consume or eat GANSes. We don't need to consume it. We just need interaction of fields. So this will be experimental, and we need to test it. So all of us followers here, we need to test it. I've tested it by myself in our family, many already for a week here, and we need to try this with our own risk. Okay, and it is our responsibility for our our health. So we have no approved therapeutic claims. We still have no
have an
clinical
incoming
study
call from
published.
manual spittery.
We will be putting it out soon. Further study and consultation is required. So we need to have, as Mr. Rikesh said, about having testimonials. So we need to document it all. So we will have references soon. And for external use only, no intrusion to your skin, to your body. And do not apply to open wounds yet. So we'll further testing. So you can use cloth to cover sensitive skin areas before applying. So this is another warning. So all of us can see, avoid touching the skin with nanomaterials and GANs. Never consume or eat any GANSes. Always use protective or safety gloves, mask, anything in handling these items. So I will now go to the proper teaching. So this is what I tested. Testing 1, this is my first test item. A nano health wires. I call them nano health wires because it's basically a nano-coated copper wire. So my objective was to be able to relieve muscle, joint, and other pains in the body. And what methods I use are the following. The Foot Enhanced Reflexology Map Guide. So I'm gonna show it later. And I also use the direct point to the area of pain. So I advise that don't point it in the head area, only below the neck area. If you're gonna do something on the head, follow the Foot Enhanced Reflexology Map Guide. So what do we need? Pointed nano-coated copper wire, plastic tube, or a plastic accessory bead. And next is how to make it. So I know most of us here have experience in nano coating. So you just prepare not too long wire, so only 2 inches, any size you want, any gauge, any thickness, and a tube, same length to cover it all, and also a plastic round bead just to have a point that will hold it. So I'll show it. If those who don't know how to nano coat, you can refer to the YouTube's videos and Facebook groups who can teach you how to nano coat. Next is number 2 is how to make you form your nano coated wire in this shape. As you can see, there's a pointed portion and a bend here going back. So I'm gonna explain why later. Next is you insert the tube just to cover it so nobody can hold the nanomaterial, and you insert a bead. Or somebody use also, they extend the tubes if they don't have a bead. They just extend the tubes longer. So that this bead will be the one to touch the skin, not the nanomaterial. This plastic bead. If it needs, then you don't need to remove the clothing of the person if you are treating at the back. So leave clothes on. So next is just to make it, apply some glue or adhesive to make it stronger and sturdier. And you need to test it. So check and try the device. Try to let it float above your palm, not touching your palm, just above your palm, and feel the energy field beaming down. Rotate it clockwise, counterclockwise, just feel it. And upon doing that, you can feel like a laser field or a beam, an energy field pointing towards your palm. How to use? So simple. First, I always ask the patient about the history of the pain and his or her intentions to be healed. So if he wants to get healed. That's so basic. You need to set the mind of the person that he wants to be healed and set his emotions. The next is hold the nano wire, health wire at node B. So you can see node B and directly point it to node A, to the part of the pain or the reflexology foot hand chart to see the nerve ends of the certain parts of the body. The next step is you just send your healing intentions to that person through your mind, at the same time pointing the nano health wires until the person can feel some tiny electricity or a tingling sensation. You can ask him or her if she can feel it, or it's like heating up. So sometimes it numbs the area, so it can be 30 seconds or lesser. So until she feels or he feels that there's something getting in or getting out. So what are the points? So you can refer to the hand reflexology chart. So this is what I use, different parts. So head, brain, sinuses. You can download this in the internet. There are different kinds of maps. So you just point the nano health wires to the certain areas in the reflexology chart, and it works. I usually use the foot chart, this one. So you can have different parts here. So all are listed there, the lymph. So these are the nerve endings, no? Nerve endings located. So we can treat the whole body using the hands and the feet. And one thing I also understood is the energy flow of the body. For male, our left hand, our left area receives the fields, and our right area emits the fields or gives. And for the women, it's the opposite side. So usually I start treating with the entry of fields. So I start treating the entry of fields. Then after that, if there's still pain, I go to the opposite side, to the exit of fields, to make it a continuous flow of the energy that is passing through the veins, the lymph, and the blood vessels. So here's the flow with your wire. So you have a basic wire. The flow is a magnetical and gravitational. So they're both wires flowing, but here we have maximized the direction and going to this point. So from there's fields flowing in, then all the fields here, I just draw two, but there's all fields around here. So all the surrounding fields are absorbed to this material. So nanomaterials are absorbing all spectrums of fields. So it is absorbed. Then our body receives what it needs, what our body needs. So if our body needs this amount, so it receives it. If our body does not need anything, it does not work in that area. So this is why it works. It just absorbs the energy in the surroundings, especially when you're the one holding it and your intentions is already an energy. So your intentions of healing is also sent through this channel. So you're just beaming in all the absorbed energy in you and the surroundings, as well as the intention of the person you are processing. Other configurations, possibly, this is one important thing. we need to know the right hand rule. In treating the processing body, we need to use the counterclockwise flow of fields, the positive fields, as just I observed. So using your right hand, right thumb pointing up, and when you close your fingers, you can see where it turns. So the field turns that way when the current goes up. So you direct it going up when you turn the fields, when you do the coiling. So where's this also applies in the energy system, the coiling. So, okay. Then the opposite, the clockwise flow still, your right hand, turn down, it goes, the direction of the field goes down. So this application, I think we don't use this in the body application, maybe in other applications in plasma for directing the fields. We use the counterclockwise flow. Different configurations. So I tried this one. So we have the normal counterclockwise twist on the end. You can see here. And also we have a counterclockwise single coil twist. So it can be a continuous loop. This has a different effect. This has an amplified effect, faster. I've tried one of these loops. It works faster. So there's also a counterclockwise counterclockwise double coil. So there's two coils, a coil inside and outside. So this works also fine. I tried this also. So some of the designs I made are use the pens. If you have your old pens here, as you can see, there is a removable Gans health tubes. Maybe we'll just discuss this next week. So we'll just focus on the nanomaterials. Here, there's the coil and the pointed copper wire. You connect it, and this is an old plastic, hard plastic pen container. You can recycle, just remove the pen and you can use it. Instead of using the tubes, you have so many pens there, so we can use it, recycle. These are my products. So first, I just replace it here. This is nano-coated wire inside. And you can also see, you can have your ball pen still. Then here is a coiling. You just coil it and just point it. I'll show you the next picture. The other products. So here you can see, I focus here. There's the two pens and there's the nano-coated copper, a nano-coated wire here, very tiny. It still heals even at that direction. So only this plastic point touches the skin. Even I don't touch this point of the skin, it still works. So it's just it's a guide where you're pointing it. So I made plenty of it. So those I have made coatings. The one green tape are single coil. This one is a double coil. The thin tape is just normal, the ordinary, the first setup. And all it works. And we can have future designs to multiple. So it depends on how to load it with different ganses. So I need to learn and test on different ganses what are the effects yet. And here I have the portion that I have processed the different conditions. So toothache, so many toothaches here already. I have processed less than 3 minutes. Headaches, 5 minutes. Back pain, about 10 minutes. Muscle pains, about 10 minutes. Joint pains, 10 minutes. Jaw pain, about 3 minutes. Itchiness on skin, gone, about 3 minutes. So about almost 20 people already have been processed here, and I have also given out the design to my friends already, and they're using it, and it is also effective to them. So I already processed one doctor, a friend doctor, and she was really shocked when I applied two of the nano health wires on her foot, and suddenly her 1 week pain on her foot disappeared. So those are the things that they're so shocked that it disappears instantly. And I just explained to them what happened, what was the condition. In my understanding, it's just the fields in the surrounding, also my field, the fields of the person, that heals, and the body receives it, and the body processes it to energize the different cells, and your body heals by yourself. So you don't need any medication at all. It's already built in our system. And I have another design here, which I think Mr. Kesh will soon elaborate. The different sizes of coils can be tested as well. So on different effects or different illnesses. So you can have a different size of coils, 10 centimeter coil, 9 centimeter, a different lengths. So which can treat different types of ailments. So these are for testing. So it's for us knowledge seekers to do these tests, and I believe this is already in our hands, so nobody can get this from us. So this will be shared to as many people in your community, the world, so that we will not be a slave again with all these drugs and medications. So everything here I've learned through experience, and also I thank Mr. Kesh for the knowledge. And here I have applied it and seen great results. And hoping that in the future we'll be expanding all our knowledge and keep on testing on the different things. And we will, I will share here in the Philippines. Our team will share all our knowledge to the world, what we have learned. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Renan.
I think we have, in a simple way, the way Alex changed the energy. Just 1 second, please.
Even the animals agree.
This animal has been using the technology from really first, second month of his birth. He has a natural defect in his birth with his muscles, and he's been using the pads for past year or so of his life. He knows when it's good for him, and he goes for it, and he goes and sits in his nest when he's got a pain where the pad is. What I was explaining was that we saw how a simple demonstration by Alex a few weeks ago changed the world of energy. And there are people who have taken this now as a hidden patent and hidden things, taken it to Washington to set the American against the Chinese, and the rest of it that they developed a new technology. Knowledge of a simple man is getting used against the man for benefit of the people. Now we see what Brennan has shown. This will have a more profound effect on humanity, because we are all a slave to pain. We are all a slave to what I call the process of the birth, which is to end with death. Physical departure of the soul from physicality. But what is beautiful with this is that how, from the beginning, everything is well looked after. How the description of the warning, how the body is protected, no touching. And it's amazing how the pen of life is in front of you. The pens we've seen, I call them the pen of life. You write your own life story through the process of your physicality. The Keshe Foundation has already started the process of commercializing this. In the next few days, we send the copies to worldwide. We send it to Brennan to see it, and the team is working and is learning. As you've seen, he has shown a double coil inside, outside, the blue one and the red one. This double coil, I explained to the team. I work with the team with Brennan in the background, and This is come from another part of the technology to here. The red is the gravitational magnetic field, and the blue is magnetical magnetic field. So that's why this system, this technology is so effective. You create a change in the environment without intrusion. So what the point of reference needs, it takes from the magnetical field line. What it wants to give out, which doesn't need, it gives it to the extracted from the body through the gravitational field line. That's why this technology is so correct. It's a balance of what the body decides. But notice something very important. You've never seen this double coil winding. This is what I developed, and now it's getting used for other purposes. And Renan, being part of the team we are developing other things with, he has applied it in the medical application. If you look at number one, counterclockwise twist or clockwise twist, this is the physicality. When you add the two coils on top of the line in the center, you touch the soul of the man, the emotion of the man. It's a huge difference. If you go back to the teaching of the health side, you needed the lymph, you needed the blood, and you needed the current information from the nerve, that the three bring the needed element to be produced at the point of need. Now you see this on the system number 3. Blue, the lymph, red, the emotion, and the line carrying it to confirm it to be the center line is the nervous system. This is why this technology is so complete, and is a gift that such a humble man brings it to humanity. I have used these wires for years. When you open the plasma reactors which are built, in some of them you see it physically. You decide how the emotion is. In some of the original reactors, I use it if you loop it. When you have this double reactor, these double cores, connect the end to end and loop it. Infinity loop, which means it has gravitational inside and magnetical outside. Then you find the balance of the point between the emotion and the soul of the man. But remember that you have to remember the emotion of the man when you do it. When two stars, trinity, two souls are connected, they are not connected just by magnetical. It's both magnetical and gravitational. So with the needle in the middle, you decide the direction of where the energy as a gravitational magnetical field to go. If you look at number 1, Renan has put a twist at the end. This twist is exactly the same as the feedback line we had with Alex. It's the same understanding. Whatever which is needed, which the body is using on the other end, and it's surplus, it goes back in. That's why the technology is so rapid. This is the direction that the energy, what is called for inside the body of the man, releases or absorbs, or in combination with the two, because when you use the double coil, is given with the soul with it, with emotion with it. It remedies the condition of the soul, the emotion too. is not just physicality, because a large number of our pains are not physical, are emotion manifesting themselves in physicality. So when you use these double pen cords, there is no patent on this. Remember, market it. Go out in every nation and produce as many as you can. These should be on every corner street for somebody to pick up. I call it the pen of life. Because if you, for example, you go back and look at the use of these materials, you'll find out that you touch both the physicality and the emotion. In one section, Renner goes back and refers to the length of different springs. The length of the springs dictates how much energy is absorbed, how much energy is needed, how much energy is to be released. And then you find out how you can change this. If it's a deep penetration, you use a longer. A guideline most probably is that you measure where the cancer is, you measure where the damage to your pain is inside your body, and 1 to 1.5 times the distance from the skin to the point should be the size of the spring. And when you get to 10, usually for the body of the man, within 10 centimeter, 5 centimeter, you should be able to reach the point of pain. We've seen in one of the presentations, he shows multiple pens inserts. We know this, we've done this from our childhood. We can buy pens, one is green, one is blue, one is yellow, whatever. When you come to use these, understand what you're doing. Because now you create a composite field. Remember what we said with the cups, where you put a cup of water and you put the different materials around it, cups, CO2 oxide, GANs, copper oxide GANs, and whatever. You have the same property now, because now the fields combined together refers to the point of contact with the body at the point of the pen. You can change the inserts to different materials, different coating. Even you can put ganses in between. And then you will understand how you transfer the energy for the point of need at the time of need. The most important thing is how much you want to change, what you want to change. But because when you use a double coil, it says, if you want to change. Psychosomatic pains would have a problem with this, because psychologically I want to show the pain, that by the showing of the pain I need to get attention. And when this pen becomes the lever, why do you want to get attention from somebody by showing your pain, your psychological pain in the physicality? Now if you understand how the system, especially with double core, works, you have found your match. Because now the pen with the double core winding is your lover. Is the lover who you want to get attention from. Physical pain through physical damage, you can use the straight pen without the windings. Fibromyalgia, FMS, Alzheimer's. In the process, we teach you more. There are more things in the background which we go through and we explain. Don't forget, now you look at this as one line. I have to get my camera right. But don't forget, you can use it as a coil. Clockwise or anti-clockwise. So the same way you nano-coat coil, the same way you can do connect between two coils, one clockwise, one anti-clockwise, one gravitational, one magnetical. And then let's say you put these, if I write here, you put these on the side of a cup. So what happens is that so now what you do, you have the clockwise on this side, anti-clockwise on that side, or you can put two clockwise facing each other. You have two gravitational fields and two magnetical fields facing each other. Gravitational field takes out what is in the water that you don't need, and magnetical adds to what you need. The tightness of the spiral, the closeness of the spiral, the gap between the spirals, all counts. This way, you don't touch the body. This cup, as you see, if you go back in the teaching of a few weeks ago, in the when I showed you the cups which I make, I opened up and showed you the magnets. Now, this is not a magnet anymore. This is a universal magnet. It's what your cup will do. The water you drink is dictated by the rings. You can put the wire sticks on the side. If you open my reactors some 4 or 5 years ago, you see rectangular magnets when I want to connect interactions. When you make a cup, this is your cup, and you want to use it for cancer or whatever, you don't look. Remember, your limitation is in your mind. You put let's say, we make the green, red, magnetical, gravitational, and we put the green, magnetical. But don't forget, if you looked at the cups, if I showed you, remember, go back and look at the health teaching. I put magnetical, gravitational, usually at the bottom. This way, this is exactly the same as the feedback we saw in the pen. We do not allow fields to be released, and with putting it here, we feed it back. And because the water now behaves as a wire, these magnets as a coils of nanomaterial behave as a lymph and the blood. So when you insert a nano wire inside, for example, with the coil outside, nanowire coated the way you have seen it. Now you go for a structural repair. You got to understand some important points. The tightness of the winding, the number of winding, all this counts. I wish I had so much camera out, but I didn't have to chase the camera. We're on holiday, so we have to leave it this time. So now you understand. The cup, you can nano coat the cup only to be magnetical. There is a technique we teach in time. You can create cups which are only gravitational. And then you can create a condition of physicality. Don't forget, if you are working in this area, don't look at only the water. Look at food. And the most important thing is, if you put a straw here, you're not touching anything, but you breathe the air which is conditioned and is asked for by your lungs and your brain and your emotion. So you cannot just go for the physicality change, even though now you set the emotion in structure of your cup. You can breathe from these cups. You put a straw, you put a cap, very, very slowly, you inhale from the environment of the cup. I want to see how many of you with the fibromyalgia and CIS and FMS will come back with complaint. We have seen one thing. When you have a psychosomatic condition like fibromyalgia and CVS, a lot of you will report good, and some of you report it doesn't work. Because if it works, it means you don't get any more attention. This technology has been tested through placebo. It has been tested through double quad. It's been tested in every shape or form. And we have seen psychosomatic problems like fibromyalgia and CVS. The ones who report that it has no effect on them are the ones it means they haven't received the emotional confirmation from the partner or from the society they live in. They still have to be sick. We're running a special test which we allowed the repair of the physicality over 3 months. And then we brought the emotional connection to it after 3 months. The effect was so horrendous. The effect was so amazing for the person who's using it. Because we said to them, don't touch the emotional cup, even though the cup was with them. And then we told them afterwards, we can use the emotional cup from mid-July. And the effect was so horrendous, so immediate. You can do this. You let the physicality to repair, and then you settle the emotion. So what you need to look is the way, for example, if you look at the cup, you can attach these springs like this to the cup. You can attach, be careful with this, how if you use lines. Because these have interactions. Try not to use lines like this in your system. Because then these create an abnormal condition of vortex in respect to those. These can be used in specific conditions. When you drink from these cups, do not drink a sip. The energy of the sip disappears very quickly. Drink half a cup in one go. When you breathe, hold the cup to yourself. Hold the cup. Make sure the layers, the rings are not coated. You hold the cup in your hand. Then your emotion gives to the cup, to these rings, what it does not need, and it takes from the cups what it needs. You do not necessarily need to drink from the cup. But in a physical life, we need the confirmation of correctness by consumption. So the physicality of consumption is just a theoretical point. So now you see how we open the door. The lifetime of research of mine is freely on the table for you. What will be interesting if the Jewish man will take this and walk across and give it to a Palestinian. If a Muslim in Iran will go to the Jews or the Christians and say, this is what's come from cash, let's do it. Let's see if we can create a society without pain. Total cost, zero. If you come to me and ask to make a cup to help you, I charge a huge amount of money because the money goes to the foundation for the development of technology, setting up centers and teaching. But at home we can do it free. We teach you free. But what I want you to do is...
I'm having a really hard time hearing you there. There's lots of background noise going on.
Yes, too much background noise.
Can we just try to get you to use your headset again?
I am on my headset.
Yeah, but it's using the microphone on the computer instead.
Okay, how do you want to do it? Where do I go?
Can you unplug it and then plug it back in?
I plug myself. I plug myself back in again. Am I better?
I heard something click. Can you talk?
Yeah. Is it better now?
Rick, does that sound the same? I think it's still the same.
Where do I go to changes?
Go to your settings.
Where is my setting?
It's right beside where it says video.
Is it better now?
No.
Here is better.
Yeah, I know what happened. The airco in the room started and now it stopped.
Okay.
Is it better? Is it better now?
It is better actually, but can you go to your settings? Just verify that you're using your microphone.
How do I go to my setting, guys?
It should be the arrow beside where it says start video. You can click on it and then you can go to video settings.
It says start video. I have a stop video. It says camera. Yeah.
You can also use
camera
beside the mute button. There's a little arrow that points up.
Microphone. It says, this is on Logitech.
Can you switch it off and then switch it back?
It's on Logitech. Okay, I go to another one. I go. Oh, wait. It could be a problem here. Yes, you're right. Found it. Is it better now?
Oh, much better.
You see, I know the plasma and you don't know video job. You see, I do my job good. You have to teach me good way too. But the problem is I have a memory of a, what do you call it? A mouse, a fish. I call it a goldfish. 5 seconds. That's what Caroline says, 5 seconds.
Okay, very good. Continue, please. Everything should be okay now.
Okay. So what we see is to understand this. To understand, to share the knowledge and help each other. You have a laptop, desktop, which is not used, sitting in the back of the house, in the storage room. Go in there, just take the wire out and cut it into pieces. and give life to it, not light with it. Something which is very important for you to understand, maybe in an easier way, is this. You saw that Renan used a wire like this. This is one single wire. If you take the wire from your table lamp, which is not used, it has shredded wires. So you have coil of wires. And usually these, when you do it, they go like this to each other. When you twist these mesh of wires, now you create a combination field. There is a difference between the single and a combination. If it's copper, it's different. If it's aluminum, it's different. If it's different composition of a copper, it's different fields too. So when you look at these wires, even with these which you make the coil, if you make your coil from a single wire, 1 millimeter thick or whatever, it's different than if you use the same 1 millimeter coil, but of the mesh, of what we call, what do they call this?
Stranded.
The thin wire, the stranded wires. Because now you have to understand why. One creates its own field, both magnetical, gravitational. Now the second wire creates its own gravitational because it's nano-coated and magnetical. So now you have a composite. So the field you create is different than a single core. A single wire, now you have a multiple of energy. So remember, all this is important. How much you give back in the coil is important. If you make your coil like this, is important. And then you make a straight line. So when you start now practicing and seeing these things, understand how it does, how it works. Some of you have a skin problem, skin lesions. You have all sorts of what I call asthma on the skin. All this dead skin which collects together and it becomes a pain and itching. Put the pen on it. Make a patch of these materials, cover it. I tell you something, a lot of you might have a problem in how we're going to find a tube. What I've done in the past is get yourself a sellotape, a sticky clear tape, or one of these wire, tapes for insulation for the wire. Make your coil and put it in there and close the tape. Close it, just seal it in a way. Put your nano material here and just get a sellotape or a electric insulation tape and just put it there and wrap it in. You got yourself a perfect insulation. I've done this before. You don't touch the body, but the fields transfer. You don't need to look how I'm going to insulate it. Do the same thing, make the coils and then stick it with sellotape on the wall of the glass, the drinking glass, the one you have a coffee every day with. See, the coffee tastes different. See if it brings you more energy, if you have a better field. Make a patch of these. We will market these heavily through the Keshe Foundations around the world. Put the sticks together, nano sticks. Put the stick and a coil together in a cloth, in a coil, in a pillow bag. And just use the point of pain. because the totality of the field counts. Then you create both gravitational and magnetical. These, but when you put more than one wire or one winding next to each other in conjunction with each other, you create a plasmatic field. Where the body of the man interacts and respects the gravitational magnetic field which you have created. The maggrav works directly, even though the layers have their own maggrav. Each line has its own maggrav. You extend the broad spectrum of the field cover of the pens. There is no intrusion. In the coming days, now we are talking to the manufacturers. We will put in the market. This is very much what Arman is pushing for, and as you know, I always go with what people want to do. Unfortunately, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Our manufacturers of the pain pads will release for us very soon a foot. You can put as an insert into your shoe. The production is very easy. And what it is, as you saw, Renan showed the flexology. Now, when you put this in the shoe, what you had in your body, it covers every point of the body of the man for what it needs and what to take. These shoe strips, what's a slip-on, we are looking at it, our manufacturer is talking to others, that we make it like a what do you call it, a slipper that you walk in the house. You cannot walk with them, but you can just lie in bed and use them as a slipper, what I call sleeping a slipper. Then all the end nerves will be in touch with all the material of the mat. This will be out in next couple of weeks or 2-3 weeks from the foundation. Instead of using single coil and whatever, and then we're producing a hand-sized glove, where you put your hand in the glove. The glove is already in the process of manufacturing with the manufacturers. So you can reach the whole, whatever is needed by whichever part of the body of the man. We already, what do you call it, start manufacturing in Italy, and that's why we are here at the moment with the bad reception. We are in the manufacturing side of the foundation, which is about 800 kilometers away from where we teach in Bari. And I'm going to stay here for 2-3 weeks till all the designs and manufacturing completed for the power supply and production of the belts and the new conversion of the shoes and the slip-ons. It's very strange. Last night we just got out of we went for a dinner. We asked for a taxi. As we got in the taxi driver says, "Excuse me, can I ask you?" I says, "Are you?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Are you?" Huh? I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "You're Mr. Cash." I said, "Yes." In Italy, we are very well known for our work because we are straightforward with the nation. And a lot of people know us. They know why we are here to deliver. They greet us because we do what you do. Share knowledge, and the guy didn't want to go out of, when it's brought us back to the hotel, he didn't want to leave. He opened his door, he wanted to get out. Because he said, I learned a lot. So, this is why we are here. I leave the comfort of my home to live in a room for you to have a future of freedom for knowledge. We seen yesterday the announcement by the Israeli minister that they start assassinating Iranian nuclear physicists. I wonder what happened if they do that to his child, to his son, to his brother. We are all fathers, but our life is nuclear. It's clearance of world from the pain of shortage. And if a decision of a government is to kill us, we bless your soul. The article is out. If you have it, you can put it on. I think Sandor has it, or Rick. Second round assassination of Iranian nuclear physicists has been ordered by the Israeli government. We welcome you home. We don't fight you, but we give you the key of life if your child is pain. When you use one of these systems and you kill an Iranian nuclear physicist, remember the knowledge has released the pain of your child or yourself. Share the knowledge freely and don't let it be abused. Go into the extent of understanding why it reverses and be open enough with yourselves to understand what was the reason that the pain in this point of your body manifested itself. If you are honest with yourself, you will truly heal yourself. And if you're just looking for relief of pain without understanding the reason behind the pain, you will never learn. And what you report to us, for us as a human race, in how you relieve yourself from pain, is half of the story. When you report back, test everything. If you got a prostate cancer, make a tube, and all you need to do, put it between your legs. Where the prostate sits. Put a pain pad on the back of it, on the back of your hip. The field connection, I draw it for you to understand. This is your leg, and this is your left leg, your right leg. Your prostate sits somewhere here. I'm looking from the
Okay, I'm just going to say it's the internet up north there in Italy. It doesn't matter where you are in that country, it seems. If you're in northern Italy, your internet isn't very good. If you're in southern Italy, the internet isn't very good. That's yeah, that was dropping out, so I had to mute everybody again. So he lost connection, so we'll have to be waiting for him. And Rick, you are muted. Okay, I got you unmuted. Oh, I think he's back. Let me.
hello, are we back? Yeah,
There
we have a problem in the hotel with the Wi-Fi. Can you hear me?
Not surprising. That's Mr. Kesh.
I'm back. Yeah, we are in a we are in a hotel room, so the hotel system limits our use or whatever sometimes. So how much did you hear about the prostate?
Up to the point of where it is. That's about it.
Okay, well, 2 legs. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
2
now we go
legs.
back to both legs. This is your leg. And oh, now I have to get my camera. Oh my God. If Marco was here, it would have been done in no time. Marco, where are you? Okay. This is the body of the man. This is your prostate. And then this is where you put the coil. You put the pen or composition of the pen as you've seen between your leg. And then you cover your back with a paint pad, which you made yourself. Now what happens? The fields goes across. Because this is plasmatic, plus this is plasmatic, you deal with the emotion and the physicality. And then you can do something else. If you can make a helmet and put it on your head, which has the same combination as a pen, 2 or 3 points, just one of the hats, summer hats you have, grandpa's hat you have, then you'll find out if I put your head here and I put the same pens from the same material on it, you connect not only to that, but through the emotion of the man too. Prostate is an emotional condition. Prostate is a physical manifestation of the emotion of the man's not fitting. I have a prostate cancer. I've had a prostate cancer for a long time. I'm aware of it. But do I want to live this life? The answer is no. Otherwise, I know how to remedy. Life of man is horrible. Because you have to understand what causes it. What's the reason for it? Then you can remedy it. We've done this many times. But because your pen sits in the middle, whatever damage is done to the hip, to the bone structure, gets repaired too. So you don't only change this, but you change the damages which is done by it too. Because the prostate cancer takes a lot of energy. It needs a lot of energy. And that energy comes from the calcium from the hip. That's why we always see hip bone cancer with prostate. Prostate is active. It's the same. Change the name of prostate to the womb. You have the same. Change the same to ovaries. Change this to stomach cancer. When
We seem to have lost the connection there briefly. Hopefully briefly.
the
Hello, Mr. Kesh. We're missing the last sentence you said there.
I said when the cancer is a tumor, non-malignant, has a physical reason. When the cancer is spread, has an emotional reason. If you get hit in the stomach, and that hit concentrates energy in certain part of the stomach, or you eat a food which releases a sudden amount of energy in one point in your stomach while it's changing from matter to Gans state, it's like a punch. That creates a position of damage, then you call it non-malignant cancer. But if it's a spread because you want to finish your life, then becomes malignant cancer. You see it in different points. But you have to understand the reason for and how it comes. Why you have MS, why you have ILS. For those who have MS or ILS or different form of psychophysical effects like this, The problem sits here. It reigns the decision on the total physicality. It rains down in a very typical way that it covers the total body. Even though the physicality wants to work, the emotion, because it's stronger, overrules the physicality on the essence of receiving the emotional feedback. Paralysis of the arm, paralysis of the hand, wheelchair bound, and the rest. In a way, I explained this once before. Some of you might have heard it, some of them might not have heard it. If you take this as the structure of the man, the two legs, and you put the head of the man on the top, your physicality covers this. Your emotion covers this. Then, as the emotion withdraws and it becomes smaller, you see paralysis at the point when the emotion dictates, I want to show I'm not happy. Paralysis. This is important, especially those of you who work in the world of medicine, to understand this. When the emotion reduces its support for a point of physicality, nothing is created. What you see as rejection or not reproduction of the system. Don't forget, emotion with the physicality of the lymph in conjunction with the energy which arrives leads to production of the matter at the point of it. So when the emotion is not working with physicality, this is where you come. This is where you see the paralysis. And as this reduces more and more to concentrate only for emotion to be supported, which covers the lung and the heart, you see total paralysis, wheelchair, and the rest of it. So now you understand how your body works and how you can set the cups, how you set your elements. This is how you decide what you're going to support at which part of your body. Test everything. Don't be, if you're afraid of your life, do not touch. But if you're happy to serve humanity, try anything. Because don't forget, when you go for this tablet for chemotherapy, or you go for such a tablet, very latest, has come into the market and it costs a lot of money, and your insurance company pays for it. Before you put it in your mouth, they've done clinical trials, which means somebody who has no money has put his body online to be tested, has died, and that's why when you take the paper out of the medicine pack, it tells you the side effects. It means somebody has sacrificed his life for you to know what it could be. It's not imaginary by computer. How come you accept the life of somebody else to serve you, but you don't give your life to serve the others? Just open a pack. Go and buy a drop for the eye. Read side effects. Can make you this, can do that to your eye, can give you itchiness, can create a heartbeat not correct. It can lead to a heart attack. What, you think the guy sat there and done it on his own? No. A man has put his life to feed his child online to be tested, that the child would have a food. Now it's free. Every time you open a pack of medicine, read the side effect. Everything you read, which could be, it means life of at least 10 to 50 men. They don't tell you how much that guy lived with this itchiness the rest of his life, how he changed the rhythm of his life, his heart, all his life, and you just take it and you're happy. Now the ball is back on the court. If you are here to steal, like the others who came to steal, you're in the wrong house. But if you are here to work as one family, one nation, we are all in it together. No one can do clinical trial except us who become the clinical. We are the clinics, we are the people as Keshe Foundation worldwide. Chinese, English, American, Jews, white, red, doesn't matter what. It's the first time ever in the human race that we collectively work to bring our own physical survival in one line. Because in space we need it. We are a spaceship program. In the coming time, we'll see, we'll give measurement. I'll put this on the table with the last teaching at the center. What you saw, which I asked Marco to make, and you saw it on the table. I told Marco, this is the most beautiful thing ever man see if they understand it. And he wanted it to be on the floor. I said, this is the flagship. This is the crown and the jewel of the science. Look at what we had. We have an inner ring, we have an outer ring on the floor with balls. Now, with the new technology, what I've brought in, and you've seen it done by Marco, and Armand has added to the other part, now you can dictate the gravitational magnetic field. You want, this is your 0 point of reference, because that's the beginning of your wires. And your wires go like this. Yeah? These are your 0 points. Now you can increase the gravitational, or you can increase the magnetical. You can decrease one while you're increasing the other. This is the first time man has a tool of measurement of gravitational magnetic fields. And if you know how to use it, you can use it for flight. If you know how to use it, you can use it for production of medicine. If you know how to use it, you can produce it for direction of communication. And if you want to use it, you can use it for directional energy time. Because now, where you collectively, if I put a needle here in the center and take the gravitational at this strength and the magnetical at this strength, what comes out of the pin is the measurement of your field, both gravitationally and magnetically. It's the first time you have a tool to measure the two at the same time. Because here you made all your points through GANs, a plasma. All the connections are nanomaterials. The whole structure is a plasmatic structure. So this thing, what you saw on the table in the opening, is a new way. You're going to improve on it. You'll come up with a new ways. We're still doing it. Today is the 13th, and a lot of people around me know I don't like to work on the 13th. But 13th usually means to me the end of a cycle. That's why accident happens, because a new cycle has to start. So today is the best day for the health. It's the end of the old and the beginning of a new. It's crisis because the old, through an accident of a man so beautiful from Philippines, allows us to bring it back. Allows us to share the knowledge for the new cycle. Understand, in the future, this structure will be the cornerstones of plasma technology. Gravitational and magnetic. And how you can balance, you can measure. You want to go to a certain point in the universe, let's say here, with a gravitational magnetic field of different strength, you adjust your system accordingly. Attraction and repulsion, the point of destiny. And as you approach, you reduce the magnetical and you increase the gravitational to reject, or you increase the gravitational and magnetical and you reduce the gravitational, vice versa. You want to go standstill in the space, you come to the point and you stop there. That's where in your system you create a balance point of the gravitational magnetic field in respect to your position. If you understood this, is important, then do the same thing with your body. You can use this for a system to create a field which reaches the liver. I was asked very recently by a woman who was in the medical work-off, says, Mr. Keshe, you know you got a cancer, do you want help? I said no. Intervention has to have a need. If there is an intervention for serving a need, the need shall be met. Because you have to understand what does it serve, what is the purpose of serving. What do we receive from it? Or what are we to give without receiving to be at the point of balance? Remember, from now on, when you make a cup, do not and never think that you're working as a cup. You're working as a point of reference in how you add gravitational and magnetic field to what strength at the point of delivery to your body or the body of a person. You cannot use the same cup for the same combination for the same people. Because you have to understand what is their emotional need. What is their physical need. Do we need to have the emotional to satisfy the physical? Or do we need to change the physicality to satisfy the emotion? Do we need these cups to be drank by the person who complains, has the pain? Or do we have to give these cups to the partner, to the mother, to the father, with the emotion of the person embedded in it, that they feel the pain they have caused? Now this is possible. If you add the blood of the person to the cup of another person, they will feel the emotion of the pain. And the physicality, the emotion will interact, because it is just, it will heal the process. The dimension of the health expanding beyond your imagination. I've seen somebody using this beautiful phrase that Mr. Cash says, behead the man. He's one of the, what they call it, terrorists. These people are feeble because they were understood, they were not even in the teaching. What we explained was, when you understand the transformation of energy in the soul, in the emotion, is there need for physicality? If we take the head of the man with us to space, can we produce this physicality? So you see, the enemies of the foundation used to twist it, as they've done in the Catholic Church, in the terrorist organization like the ones that's in Belgium, and in Islamic countries, to destroy the others. If you understood this, you can carry your emotion and physicality in the cup, that you can reproduce yourself in a space. But man does not understand, and the ones who are so dark in their soul twist it to use it to frighten. There is no fear with plasma technology. Your body only takes when body needs. Every day on this planet, if you're 10 kilometers in the mind, or you're in the space, in the space lab, we all receive the full spectrum of the fields of the universe. And we only take what we need. None of us 1 second has 2 arms and 4 legs, and the next minute 10 arms and 2 legs. So the ones who play the game that this is this and that, these are the agents of what I call the dark, to benefit their own pockets while they're keeping us busy. One goes to China selling to Chinese government, and one goes to Washington frightening the Americans of what they have discovered to stop the process of the peace talk with Iran. We are fully aware, we monitor everything, but we keep quiet. But you have to see what is happening. You have to understand the new tools in the world of science for health. You have to understand how to apply it. The way Renan has brought it out, it gives me a pleasure to share it. Because you have to understand the science behind it, not rhetoric. Rhetoric is for those who are paid by governments to line their pockets. I told you this before. Top Secret Service agents of Swiss government comes to me to help him with the cancer. And when I ask him, how did you know me? He says, I was reading your private file. That's a Secret Service. And I know you're the only one who can help me. You're a king, you go sick. You're a road cleaner in center of Paris, you still get sick. You're a president, you get sick. You're a man in Africa hunting a deer for your life, or an elephant to survive on, you still get sick. Understand this. The simplicity of how to make it. I'll ask Renan to show how to make these copper wires without any caustic. We have another colleague in the team, we work every day at the moment, or every other day, in the teachings, in private teachings, that he has developed a way to say when the nano layer is coated by the color, and it's fantastic. We don't test in the lab that you can burn the copper, you can use a torch to heat it up, and then if you dip it when it's very hot into the very cold water, you get the splashes of nanomaterial leaving the skin. So if you're looking for solid materials to put in your capacitors, for example, while you're making the wires for your health, you can do the same. Heat up the wire very hot, and then dip it in the cold water. You see nanomaterial showering down at the bottom. You physically see it. So you make a capacitor, but don't forget, you can use that nanomaterial, and where you saw the bead, which shown in the drawings of Renan, he puts where he touches the body, you can add that paste as a nanomaterial with a GANS as a paste into that bead. to change the condition without using multipens, but you focus the energy which you want to transfer through it. There is something important for you to understand. This is very vital. We use it in our development, and you are doing it. You have to understand it too. Caroline, can I have some more paper, please? The process is like this. You have taken let's say a copper wire. Then you have nano coated it. Be careful when you nano coating, you have to nano coat everything. Don't nano coat and then cut the wire. Cut the wire to the size you need, then you create a shell of plasma. Thank you very much. Then one thing you have, and some of you don't know, you can do, is now you have a nano layer which is absorbing all the energy. What you can do, you can coat this nano layer with the GANS material and let it dry. Now you receive a specific energy. Now the energy is not waiting from the environment to come. Now you've attached energy of a GANS as a plasma to you. You can use it sprayed with the GANS and then dry it, let it dry. Then it becomes attachment, continuous supply of energy. You don't need to look for. In the new development of the power supplies, this is what we are using. We have done with the rotors, with the motors, with the rotating motors to come. The size of the new reactors for energy will be the size of a pancake or a hamburger due to this development which are brought in. Or you can do something else. You can still keep your material, the needle nano coated as it is here. And as you have the nano coating, you can do one thing. Put it in the container of GANS. So now you can change the GANS and put the needle on the top. So you can use the same nanomaterial, but in different environment, for different diseases, for different infections, for different things. Some of you, very soon, as you know, it's been said there is no cure for cold. Follow this process and you find out how fast you find a solution. Understand the use of the process. Because you change the environment around the needle, it receives what it needs directly. It doesn't depend on the environment. And it's both gravitational and magnetical. Try to expand the knowledge. You don't need to connect it one way. If you have a cup, oh my God. If you have a cup, you can extend your nanowire to as length as you like and change the condition. You can do everything you like in different positions to deliver different of the same. We do this, as I said, with so much in the world of ours. There's a lot of people around the foundation are both of what I call naturopathic or homeopathic. What do? You go to the same spring, you go to the same place to receive water for the eye of the man, as I explained in some of the teachings. This becomes your spring. and anyone with any disease can take from it anywhere. If you understand this, you can extend the knowledge that if you can make a cup which matches the water in this cup, the source, and it's come from the source, you can take a cup anywhere. You don't need a physical connection. There's a warning I have to give you, and then you understand in the coming time, and those who listen to it, they know the warning is for them. Those who abuse the technology to harm the others, or to abuse the technology to create difference and wars and get billions, we are watching you. We know what you're doing because you thought you're using this technology to control mind, but you were not aware what you thought you were controlling was controlling you. I give an interview tonight to Mike Harris, and in this interview we open a lot of doors to understand those people who call their victims. We were the victims, now they are turning the card. Mike Harris will explain to you how it was done, and the others will explain to you how it's done. And you will understand that whoever comes around the Keshe Foundation to become so prominent are the people who have a clandestine work to do. And when they do not succeed because of our the way we work through our soul. So they cannot rob from us because our soul sees their soul. Then they call themselves a victim. We will explain this very clearly, what is happening in 2 or 3 countries around the world using the Keshe Foundation technologies. But I hope the health section does not go the way the energy has. We send people to China to bring a new technology for humanity. It gets hidden to the benefit of few. And then the whole technology is given to another to go to Washington to create a new technology on the copies of backup patents. You're aware. But I hope the health does not go the same as these few people, very meager, ignorant people, have started with the energy technology. Through the Keshe Foundation, we are talking to governments directly regarding these situations. And in turn, you understand. And those who are doing it, they don't understand exactly what I'm talking about today. We give you a gift to open for humanity. We don't give a gift to hide from humanity. For the benefit of few and starting wars and starting billions of tons. You've seen articles in Veteran today, 2 articles, one after another, about the Keshe Foundation, and deliberately a Spaceship Institute flag in front of it. We have friends, and these friends are men of peace, and in influential places. Don't use the health to control the others. Use the health which you open today to bring prosperity to a man, to release him from his pain. We've seen billionaires dying of the worst horrendous diseases because the soul had to bring them to the point of what they did wrong to get to become billionaires. I always say to my children, a puppet, a man who dies on the street, has no money, and it gets taken his body by the council or by the government to bury. He takes with him more than the richest man on this planet when he dies. The richest man, when the rich people die, they manicure their nails, they take all the dirt off them, they don't carry anything, but they are washed clean. The man who sleeps on the streets has his nails still dirty and everything, he takes more with him. He takes a little bit more of this planet with him. than the man who is rich. So who's richer? Who takes with them more? So please, we go into a very deep, detailed teaching of the health. Not just systems, but understanding the technology, the science behind it, that we all look at it in different way, but we serve one purpose: to bring peace to humanity from his physical pain. With the governments and the energy, we tackle the world peace as a community. With health, we work with peace within the structure of physicality of the man. And if we can bring peace to the physicality, we bring peace to the community. A lot of people come and they say they are part of the Keshe Foundation, and you see them, you believe them, they are part of Keshe Foundation, but they have clandestine activities in the background to serve themselves. What you see, who you see around the foundation, who come for their own pocket, are not the friends of the Keshe Foundation, even though they connect themselves through their own clandestine activities. I was explaining about 1 o'clock last night with Armin on the phone. I said, do you know the problem, Armin? Soon you will take my seat. You and Marco will sit where I sit. Whatever. This is what I said. The buck stops at my door. I have to handle. I teach medical, I teach space, but I have to handle the people who use my technology as a terrorist activities too. I have to handle the people who use I give for health, then they use it to abuse it. And the worst thing is they put their own mother on the line to be tested. Is there value for the mother, or the pride of richness is more than the worth of the man, a woman who gave you life? And they put it on the internet. The way it's conducted by Renan is so correct. You have to follow the same procedure. You have to be safe. Do not drink the Gans. Do not touch the nanomaterial directly with your skin for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Put a barrier. There is no physical transaction, but the energies, if it's needed, given and taken both by the needle, by pen, by the cup, or by the body. These cups are both gravitational and magnetical. Means gravitation, they take what you don't need. Magnetical, they give you what you need. You choose what bandwidth. There is no need to fight. As I released a communication recently, we do not fight with all the things which are put on the internet. I had a quote from Vince last night. Keshe Foundation, top 4,000 in China. We were 3,000 something in ranking. Keshe Foundation worldwide, 200,000. And those who start assaulting your knowledge and your integrity, 11 million ranking. So people don't listen to whatever except a few clowns who have to confirm their own existence. Even these clowns soon will come back to want to join, and they say they've been insane. Still we forgive. Because peace has to come within the house of the Keshe Foundation, within the people who come in touch with us. You have to learn through the medical section is where we touch everybody. And that's why we opened up. Please, teach to as many people as you can. Explain to them what? If you're a doctor, make a needle. We try to produce these as fast as possible in Italy, around the world. I've said to Lenin, Keshe Foundation will support the Philippine Keshe Foundation to produce these materials for the third world nations, especially in Central East Asia. People can't afford paying thousands and thousands of dollars for a migraine to go to a doctor for whatever. A few pennies can give life back, peaceful. We've been given a lot of gifts by different people as a gesture to get close to us. We give these gifts back to the Keshe Foundation of the nation.
All right, now he's talking again. Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, I've been here all the time talking to
No,
myself.
no, yeah, that's you've been there yourself, but the internet's not been.
Yeah, we were all here by
where
ourselves
have you
too.
lost me?
It wasn't that long ago. You can just pick up where you left off there.
Tell me what you heard the last sentence.
Well, it was fairly garbled last I heard. Rick, how about
It would have been
Before the
just,
garble.
just a sentence or two before the last thing you just said now, right now. So basically just, if you could roll back your mental tape 2 sentences.
Sentences.
I'm not quite sure. There, right
it.
there. Perfect.
Right there. Okay.
All right, start from there.
Okay. So what we need to do is to bring back everything in order. We need to bring back everything in the condition that we can lead to world peace through health of the man. I support the way Renan is. I support anybody who comes on. I ask you, if you are a Jewish descent in Tel Aviv, in Israel, come on board. Come and experience with us. Share your knowledge that a Palestinian can use it to help his child. If you are a Palestinian, come on board. If you are an Iranian who love the humanity, cut the borders. I know the Keshe Foundation in Iran is blocked. This agreement I had with President Ahmadinejad. I explained the reason one day. We work closely to bring peace in the community. Now we have to bring peace within the man. Use this technology, use the cups, use everything you think the correct way for the GANs, for nanomaterials, combination of the GANs, combination of nanomaterial and GANs, matter, GANs, nanomaterials, and report it back in for humanity. And then we need some of you who can make this collection of the knowledge available to everyone. So it's not that we are collecting. We need you to come in, take charge to catalog the information for humanity. You don't need to come to Keshe Foundation. Around the world, you're all the same. It's one family. Start collecting data. We have inherited diseases which we don't understand in other part of the world. Collect data in your bloodline, in your area. In Iran, stomach cancer is very high. A specific stomach cancer. And this cancer only comes because of the Iranian diet with the walnut. If the walnut has fungus and is eaten, because we use it as a food, as making different kind of food with it, in the stomach creates what I explained, the release of energy in one go, and this leads to specific cancer in Iran. The Iranian community has to start cataloging how it can be reversed. I know in Africa there is certain diseases. In England, in the royal family of Europe, there is a disease which is only with the royal family. In different parts of the world, we have, because of the gravitational magnetic field of the environment, we have diseases. We need these to be cataloged because Chinese don't understand why the Iranians have this stomach cancer. And to them is meaningless. Maybe they have 1 or 2 a year out of 1.7 billion of them. Why do we get certain heart diseases more in certain countries? Why do we have obesity in the United States so much? There are processes you can, if you understand the use of these cups, these use of wires, you can lose by a weight like nothing. There is a process in the health section which is important. I explained this to Armand very recently. Now I explain to you. Where are the papers? In the process of working, you have to understand what feeds the physicality and what feeds the emotion. When you're making cups, you have to understand the emotion and the physicality. Which part of the system you are using for what purpose? What material is used to feed the physicality and what material is used to feed the emotion? For those of you who are doctors, for those of you who are opening into this world of plasma technology, in the health section, it's very important to understand this. Let's take the case of obesity. Fat people. Why do we get fat? What does fat means? Why some of us can go on a diet and suddenly the first 2 weeks lose 10 kilo, and then 3 weeks later we forget our diet, we put 15 kilo back on. Understand the structure. And then understand the connection between the physicality and the emotion in respect to being fat. Do we get attention being fat? Do we control the structure by being fat? Bigger. Look at the world leaders. The ones who are very big, they walk, they insert the presence with their structure. The ones who short work underneath. And they achieve more because, as we say, the short people, 2/3 is on the ground, 1/3 is above. The tall people, big, the whole lot is up, very little on the bottom. And the ones who are short always have been effective because they plan things to cover the height, but in fact the height should be irrelevant. A man's soul is the same irrespective of the height. Understand why you're getting fat, why the person is so fat and gets fatter and fatter. Because inserts the position of emotion. When we were in the Sensano, anybody who's been in that area with us, we used to see very, very slim. You don't see fat people. It's just a part of Italy. Fat does not exist, or if they are, they hide, they don't come out. But when you look at the face of these people, very slim is not happy because the soul is not happy. Condition of the physicality has forced the soul to a position not to be. They are very sad faces. You come to the south, people large, normal, very happy. Because they don't have to hide to fit, to be by the leg, the Sansana, the Garda, that it fits all the models who are around there. Money buys beauty. Here in the south, food buys beauty. You can eat whatever you like. You feed the emotion through the physicality of the food. Understand this because then you understand what I'm talking about. How do you get fat? One feeds the other. When you are fat, when you get fat, and why we see such obesity in the United States, you use high content salt, sodium. Big Mac, chips, fries, pizza, huge amount of salt. Even in Western Europe, it has become fashionable to put salt into ice cream to enhance the sweetness. Subtle salt in ice cream, because the different part of your, the structure of emotion tastes, smells the salt before it touches you, enhances the sweetness of the sugar. So salt has become part of the structure. When you absorb salt, salt in the body of a man cannot stay in the sodium content as a plasma. It needs the environment which with it creates both oxygen and hydrogen, and in a specific way, plasma of water. Now, you have taken salt, you have brought in the plasma of the water. Now you have to store it. Storing this, it brings the amino acid methylcholine, because that's a protein. It's the only way you can stop the damage of NaOH. You contain it. When it's needed, when you're producing nanomaterial in the structure of the physicality of the body of a man, the way you did with your copper oxides. But it doesn't get used. So what the body does, the body creates sacks of nanomaterial to store this guy. So now you have a store of sodium. What happens when you go on these diets to lose weight? What you do, you get rid of Mr. Water. You get rid of OH, plasma. I have a problem here. Now you have a sac which you got rid of the water. That's why you see huge losses so quickly, because now what you lost in the first 2 weeks is actually the water in the sac. But what you haven't done is you have not got rid of the sodium. Sodium stays embedded in the sac. You got rid of these guys, but not the sodium. The minute you start forgetting, and the body cannot go any further, because you get to a stable point that you're not losing any more weight, because I lost so much weight, now it doesn't do, you give up, you start drinking and eating the same, you start putting water in the sac. And then what happens? Now you get blown up again. So you're back again to the same position. What's the problem? How do you solve this problem? In the brain of a man, there is a process of limitation. Because when the sodium is hidden here, the body is aware of it, but it keeps it for emergencies. Sodium is the most important element for the conversion of the gans into a solid state when it's in a specific plasmatic NaOH. So what happens? For you, the main target to lose weight is to get rid of this sac. And the only way you're going to get rid of this sac, if you get rid of the sodium. How do you get rid of sodium in the body? As I said, there is a limitation in the work, but the limitation is overridden because of the need of conversion. So what happens, what you got to do, you have two choices. You make a gans of the material to get rid of sodium, to withdraw its plasmatic condition, but then you still have to handle the other parts, or you let the body does it in a very easy way. You look, you put your finger on your tongue, the index finger, you wet it, because then when you wet it, you touch your index finger on the tip of your tongue, the body is preset because it knows what you're doing. It wets a specific size of the finger, tip of finger wet. This means what you're going to do, this is what I need the amount of, this is what I can handle. Then you put the wet finger into a salt container, in a salt pot, whatever. Then you take the salt and you rub it on your tongue, and then you taste the salt. You taste the salt for 10 seconds, 15 seconds in your mouth, in your environment of the core of the roof of your mouth, around your teeth. And then what you do, you can't swallow not a bit. Then you wash your mouth 3, 4, or 5 times. That you cannot taste the salt, but you feel the salt. You know the sensation. You wash your mouth thoroughly, that nothing goes into the stomach. In this process, while you're doing this, rubbing it and rubbing it, the physical part of the body sends the information to the brain. Huge amount of salt is coming. Where am I going to store it? So what the body does, it decides to get rid of the salt which was sitting in the sacs, because a lot is coming. But the only piece of information which is not transferred in that 30 seconds that you're going to spit it out is not going to go in the stomach. So now, due to rapid crisis, the body disposes of the salt out of the sac, closes the sac, and goes into urine, and you dispose of it through the same lymph system as you bring it in. Now you have a sac which is just a fat, no seed of salt, to become a sac of water to increase fat. And then when it comes to burning energy, because now there is a fat which is not needed, the body starts closing the sac, getting rid of the amino acid as an energy source. This way you lose 3 to 5 kilograms over every month in a very natural process. You can do this salt wash once in the morning, once at night before you sleep, because then it processes different part of the material of the body which is not needed. You close the sac, you lose weight. But again, this comes to a point you have fed half of the equation. Because don't forget, the emotion side has to be satisfied with the physicality too. But because you've done this process so naturally, is the body has decided where it doesn't need it. It's happy with it. Now you have to sort out Mr. Emotion. How do you satisfy emotion? Emotion is satisfied when the correct amount of energy in the field strength of the emotion, which is connected with the carbon, is available. How do you make this available? It means very much it's like what I call, let's say, a table which is cluttered with dust. You want to get rid of the dust. Emotion is a coverage of the part of the brain which has no physicality but is covered with the energy. And this energy, because of the structure of the brain of the man, is connected to two things, to calcium or to carbon. And this energy of rapid energy use of carbon conversion with hydrogen connection is part of the progress of energy emotion the body needs. That's why we drink alcohol, to feed the in that everything is okay, and then the physicality can't control too much sugar of it. That's why we are happy with chocolate, because the energy released to the carbon through sugar carbon link is what we need to bring a satisfaction that emotionally that cloud is covered. It's like you go into a room, is full of dust, you clean it, you just by brushing everything out. So the dust goes back in the air, but you haven't taken anything out, you just put it in motion. And then when you go away, the dust settles again back on the dust. That's what happens with you when you take sugar, when you take alcohol, when you take chocolate. So the key to the emotion is sugar. Connection of it, hydrogen and carbon. So what do? You go back again, lunchtime and early afternoon.
Remember lunchtime and early afternoon.
Ah, yes. Remember the country that we're speaking of, where everything shuts down at that time of day.
Oh, yes.
It's easy to get parking spaces, though.
It is.
And the cops don't even give you a parking ticket if you're overtime because they're all on lunch break, too. But I guess they overload the internet at that time. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Waiting for that.
I guess.
Okay, where have you broken?
Oh,
okay, here he is.
okay,
He's back
good.
again.
Where
What
am I
was it?
broken? Somebody's disconnecting me. I don't touch anything.
Well, what?
Where did you lose
Sugar.
me?
Eat the sugar at lunch and afternoon time.
Hmm.
Oh, hello.
Yeah,
Where did you lose me?
where were we exactly there, folks? Let me see.
Lunchtime, afternoon.
Okay, lunchtime. Okay,
Yeah.
lunchtime or in the afternoon. What do? You go back. This time instead of going to the salt pot, you go to the sugar pot. You put your finger again on your tongue. It wets it. It tells it how much it needs because it knows your intention, how much sugar you need. Dip your finger in the sugar pot. Put it back on and play it in your mouth for 30 seconds. But don't swallow anything. It's like holding your breath. Then wash your mouth totally 3, 4, or 5 times that there is no sweet sugar CH goes into your stomach. So what has happened is that the brain receives the information the same as the salt, but this time in the emotional part, that there is so much is coming, there's going to be so much happiness that we can't handle. So what the brain does, informs the organs of the body which is holding sugar for happiness time or for release of the pain, because the happiness, that's what it means, that's when we hold most of the sugar, to be released into the blood circulation. Because don't forget, emotion comes through the blood. Physicality of the salt release went through your lymph. Now you receive so much sugar in your blood, waiting for this sugar to come in, but now you wash it out. Now there is no way the sugar can go back in. So in that point, you start releasing the sugar in different form, which is needed by body. And if you do it too much, you get absolutely drunk out of your head. Because now it's like drinking a bottle of whiskey. But what this does is, like, as I said, you dust the room, but dust the table, but all the dust is in the room and it settles back out. This time you put a vacuum cleaner and you take all the dust out. There's not much to sit on the table. So in that process, you have changed the level of the emotion of the man. So now you find a balance between the emotion and physicality. This is how a stable loss of weight is created. It'll happen because as you lose, you change the state of mind. With the sugar, you do every 2 or 3 days. With the salt, you do it every day, twice a day. So you bring a balance to physicality and emotion. You get rid of the water, you get rid of the salt, you get rid of the housing, and then you find a pleasure to the size where you are. None of us has to be size 8. You put 2 hands around it, you can feel it. And none of us is happy with size 80 because depends what it satisfies the emotion. So now you understand from the beginning of the teachings why we speak about the physicality and emotion and the line of connection between each other. So somebody is happy with size 18, size ball, 250 kilogram, because this way they get the emotional attraction and attention they need. And somebody is happy with a size 6 or 8. And somebody wants to be 6 or 8 to get attention because it's fashionable, but psychologically they don't want to be that. They want to be 10, 12. And then you get the feature we see in North Italy. So understand how you do these things. Understand the logic behind it, understand the body works behind it. Then you find anywhere in the universe, you don't even need a wire. You don't even need a pen. The pen is the pen of emotion. And then through it, you can control the physicality. A lot of understanding of nanotechnology is because you are totally dependent on physical manifestation. But you know, nanomaterial doesn't do anything. It's the fields which you don't see which does the work. I'm sure Renan in the next teaching next week will teach us more new concepts. And I'm sure a lot of you will come up with new ways of doing it. But please, I encourage you to test. It's your right. If you are not a taker and you're a giver. Human society has given you a lot of tablets with a lot of people gave their life for them to be the guinea pig. But with plasma technology, there is no guinea pigness. Your body takes what it needs and not more. And if anybody tries to frighten you, just ask them, can we look at your bank account? Or what is the intention behind it? We know there's a group in Germany, as I said, because we could not help, we did not have the facilities to help their cousins or their brothers, they become the biggest enemy of the foundation. Everything is wrong with the foundation. But the life is meager. Nobody lives. But the damage they do is to themselves, to their soul. We've seen the people who used to write for the foundation, now they write against the foundation because we stopped their bank accounts. So there was no intention to serve humanity, the bank account was important. Understand what you do, how you do, the reason you do. When you see the change, understand the reason for the change. And if it is unconditional change, right, back to us, bring it in from next week. Every one of you who does a development has a place like Ren, like we gave to Dr. Elia Kostova, like we gave to the others, Alex and the rest. This is a platform to share knowledge. And the health is the key to the world peace. Bringing peace to the man will bring the peace to the humanity. A nuclear physicist. Your honorable gentlemen, we give life to you and your children. We give hope, painless free life to you and your children. And this is from Iranian. We are not enemies, we are all the same. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cash. I have a question, and it's partly through Max and the Chinese group, but everybody would have a similar question of these kinds of reports that you'd like to have people bring forward. There's the one type of usage of GANs where somebody might have say a large container, like a large jar of water, and they put the GANs, a small amount of GANs in the water, and it would settle way down to the bottom of that container, and then they would drink the water on the top part of the container once it's all settled out, supposedly. Now, would that kind of report would that be beyond the limit of what would be acceptable? Is that going too close to the GANs, you might say, rather than having it between a protective barrier? Because
the thing is, when you do that, maybe as you don't see it with your naked eye, but there are particles of GANs. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. There's still particles of GANs are still floating in the water.
Exactly, yes, that's what I was thinking.
So do not consume. There is a way, I've seen a beautiful way, I think it's by Mark or Mike, which has explained how to make water. I would like him to come if he's online. He's put a beautiful drawing pictures on the internet.
Mike, you mean Mike Nazif or?
I don't know. He's made how to make water. And how to make water, nobody has understood. Even he hasn't understood. He's done the process. But maybe he's understood. Maybe if he's there. Caroline, do you know what's his name? The guy who did the water twist? He makes water?
Mike Nassif.
Mike Nassif. Is Mike Nassif online?
Yeah, check here actually.
I think Mike Nassif has been nominated as one of the future teachers in the next term. And he's coming up with some beautiful ideas, but if you understand it, I want him to explain it, then I add to the knowledge. It's important about what you just said.
I don't see him in the chat. See if he might be on. I haven't seen him on the Facebook, or sorry, on the live stream as well tonight.
He is in the United States. I think it could be asleep. He listens
I
later
think
on.
he's sleeping.
He's sleeping. We bring him in next week because it's important in what you said.
There's
A lot
also,
of you,
I know Modris is going to have some kind of presentation as well. So
anybody who likes watermelon, Italian watermelon, it's a food of physicality.
Wow, that's bright.
So let me explain to you what Mike has done, if it's Mike, or I explain what is on the internet. Go and find it. It's about this water business you're talking about. I was waiting for this for a long time for somebody to come up with it, but now it's on the table. We explain the science behind it. What Mike Nassif has done, he has taken exactly what you said, the water of the GANs, and then he has put the caustic water, and he has put this GANs in it, this water, which is taken from the GANs. And remember how you made the GANs. You put the caustic, and then you put your copper in it, and then you added the water. You made nano-coated. You made the GANs of water, copper. Now, with using the material, the water which is already gansed, coming from the gas water, as a water for using caustic to heat up, he creates the GANs of water. He lets it cool down, the caustic. Then he takes the water of the GANs when it's cooled down and he sprays it on a copper wire or on a nano-coated copper wire. Now he transfers the energy of the information of the GANs of water on the copper. So now the copper wire, and what it does in his drawings very correctly, he shows it like this. He takes a wire and then he twists it 8 times. In a way, a loop of wire which gets looped 8 times, and then he starts collecting water. And he says this is how you make water. Because now the gravitational field of the water as a GANs is sitting on the wire. And the same attracts. In touching the nano layer, and the copper converts the fields from a gas or a vapor into the plasmatic water, and it drips up because it's coming in touch with the copper strength. So this is how he produces water, clean water. 8 drops a minute or 8 drops a second, till this thing gets clotted and the fields get changed and you cannot produce. This is a way to produce water in clean water. What does happen? Now what is done with this cold gas on the copper, he has done the same thing as what we did in the CO2 box. In the CO2 box, okay, let me go where it is. In the CO2 box, we put the copper, nano-coated, and the zinc on either side. We created the gravitational magnetic field of the carbon, which in interaction with the water became the CO2. With his twist here, and the way he does it, he creates the same environment as in the middle of the container of the same as H2O, which he coated it on the wire. So now water rains from the sky. He has created the gravitational magnetic field of water. It's fantastic. Go on the internet, find it out. If we can do it, you copy it, you know where it is on the internet. Caroline, could you send the link of his loop to Vince that he can go? You have it? The water loop from NASA. Then you, Mike Nassif here. We watch every move around the foundation. Anybody who's participating the correct way, we encourage and we bring it out, because we work as one nation, one family. When you're a family, when you have a good fruit, you don't eat it all yourself. You give it to your son and your child, your brother and sister. And that's what it is. This is a beautiful way to do it. But now you understood the physics behind it, the process behind it. And when it stops, you spread it more, because it means the water gas has already converted itself to a solid gas as water, but because you don't see it, it's part of the structure of the water itself, it becomes water. So when you put gas in the water and the gas settles, that water can be used to produce water for you. And if you understood that, then you see how you can use any combination of the gas which you need. Send it to Rick. Rick will put it.
Don't send it to me, because I can't screen share today.
So send it to Vince.
Vince or Shandor, one or the other might be able to.
No, send it to Sandor. Sandor can put it up.
I think he can.
Facebook. Or send it to Vince and Sandor. And look at the way he's explained it so beautifully, exactly like Brennan. Only thing I ask you, gentlemen, don't get carried away that you have become something important. With sharing knowledge, you become humbler. We've seen this with people we encouraged. They thought they became the queens and the kings. And in fact, they became the queen of their own demise and their own king of demise. So we encourage people because we are not making favorite people or prominent people. We are sharing people who are human to share. And that's what it is. And this position with Magnasa, it's beautiful the way he's done the work and he's explained it. And the way he shows it, the same as Brennan. Understand the process, how it does. Don't copy it. Because if you understand it, you change the water to something else. What about if you put the GANs, let's say in a jam, put the GANs in a juice, and then use the water for another purpose, for creating the same juice all the time of the same strength. So understand the process. Is beautiful the way it's done, the way it's explained. It's beautiful the way we see people openly sharing knowledge. As long as I'm here, I try to keep this ethos. And we don't go to commercialize. We go to be able to give it, because when the people have something in their hand which works, they believe, they understand, and the technology rapidly opens up. We need to do this. The more people are in touch with, the more people find safety. The trust comes from us, which carries on to our government. We got to trust each other. The government are just a name, because one of us is a government. People who come here, we encourage you to copy, we encourage you to mass produce. I had a long talk yesterday with the Italian designer. He designs for one of the most famous cars in this country. I said, listen, he says, I want royalty. I make a car, every car sold, I get so much for it. You want me to design for the Keshe Foundation, and then the design, I want to be paid per piece by piece. I said, listen, Giovanni explained to him last week, he couldn't understand it fully how it works. I said, I can give you what I do from the foundation in Italy, but I give all my technology free to everybody. I can't guarantee the rest of the people pay you. If you're happy with what we get from the Keshe Foundation for pieces we sold, you're happy, then you serve the humanity. The rest we give free. He said, I understand now, why not? And I work harder to make sure everything is correct. I even take over, not as a designer, to make sure in production everything is correct too. When people understand how we work, the reason we work, they don't convert, they change their behavior. So we share, we produce these needles, we produce everything else. We sell it on the site of the foundation. We just don't put it there and put the price and don't show to anybody. I asked Sohail to come today and show the battery. To me, what he's doing is unethical. We send a scientist to you to develop, and the knowledge of Eric Clausen belongs to the foundation worldwide, not to be hidden. Doesn't matter how many pieces it can be sold. For that reason, we're bringing a more powerful unit in much smaller capacity into the market very soon. It's the right of Omega Magnum to do what they like. It's the right of people around the world who develop better technologies at cheaper. I've seen the tag $45. I can sell 2 amp, 10, 12 volts at less than $2. Do not abuse our trust. We have informed number of governments how the technology is getting used by the name of themselves, where it actually is taken from the Keshe Foundation through the support of the Keshe Foundation. And the strange thing is, Caroline can tell you, I walk into an embassy, I give my name, I don't ask anything, I meet with the ambassadors. I'm well known by the diplomatic corps around the world about my work and the way I run. When we see misconduct, we inform the governments, and we see a lot of misconducts. But in different number of people around the foundation. I walked on Tuesday I told you I had to go to a meeting. They just gave me time to come. I asked the day before to meet with the most powerful man here. Because we are correct, they understand. Do not come to the foundation, do not see us as a milking pot, but see us as a way that you can milk us for the knowledge that you can help the others, at the same time you have a comfortable life. The health pens, what Renan has shown, worth billions, is on the table for you free. Maltese, Americans, Chinese, copy it as fast as you can, not because of anything else, because you can really start the people's pain so quickly. Mass produce it, give it free. We had a beautiful email yesterday. The guy says, the amount of money I spend on beer, you lot cannot afford. every month. I have a lot of equipment which I want to give away because I learned a lot from the foundation, and I want to donate these equipments. It fits for the research center in what do you call it, Barletta. We said if you want, you can send to Barletta. If not, find another Keshe Foundation user. It will be used for the teaching facilities. So please, I ask you, as many as you can. Your toe hurts today. Make a Gans and see the pain goes away very quickly. You know somebody with a cancer, don't touch them. Don't get them to eat it. But see if you can test. Tell them, explain to them what it is. It's them to make a decision. Explain to them that the medical which you're going to use, chemotherapy, a lot of people have given their life for you to be there. And look at the Bible. Just show them what is the side effect of this medicine you're going to use, and tell them how do you think it's done by the other people sacrificing their life for you. Explain to people to understand the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. We don't fight. It's too much energy. We explain, people fight them.
Mr.
Have you
Keshe,
received it?
yes. In the meantime, we do have a presentation by Emmanuel Spiteri, who has a presentation about the pain relief pads used in Malta Island. Would you like to see that?
Yeah, Emmanuel does a lot of work for the foundation in Malta. Thank you very much for all your help. Yes, why not?
Okay.
He's a teacher. He's actually a teacher by profession. He can teach it very nicely.
Vince, maybe you can unmute Emmanuel, or I guess he can maybe unmute himself there. Emmanuel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. And now the problem is I don't know if I can present this on the, I don't know if it'll show up with the screen share. So let me try it and see what happens here. If not, then I will have to send it maybe to Vince. I don't think that's showing up now for the screen share except in the, oh, no, except in live stream. Okay.
Rick, I had that problem before, and I think what you can do is instead of sharing just the program, you can share the screen that it's on. So if you make sure it's full screen on another screen, you can share your entire screen and it should show.
Okay, maybe. Let me try that.
We see it now, or we did see
Oh,
it for some.
really?
Yep.
It disappeared.
Okay, let me try that again. I had to go full screen and try share screen. Do you see it there now?
Not yet.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, let me try it differently. What happened there?
Would you like me to entertain you while you're busy? Would you like a coffee? Anybody for a cup of tea?
Send one my way.
Well, you can have one. I hope you enjoyed it.
Desktop.
We have beautiful Italian sweets if you like.
How about
Wiz is on the Skype,
that?
we can pick it up regarding Mark Massive.
Do you see it there now?
Yeah, you see it now, yeah.
Okay, unfortunately I've lost my live stream. I know no idea what's happening.
Let me explain something I see here. We see here immediately, it says quantum, Omega Quantum Technologies. This paint pad does not belong to Quantum. This paint pad has been used by me for 10 or 15 years. I gave it to Sohail to commercialize it. And now it'll be produced, some 12,000 of it, and it's on the way to Italy. It'll be produced. You please stop using name of companies. We're taking off. The only one which comes off is the Keshe Foundation, which belongs to all of us. This quantum omega is a structure in China which we gave the technology and the name of the manufacturers to make these pads. Now it will be produced here, it will be produced in the United States and around the world. We have informed the manufacturers to be able, and if you need it financially, you cannot support it, we have in a stock about 15,000 pads getting shipped in the process of manufacturing and in a stock. So, for example, in let's say Mexico or in Chinese community in China, you need these pads. The foundation has already paid for it. We deliver it to you. You make the pads. We got the magnetic plates. We give it to you, and then you pay back to the foundation for it, and then produce it to create job and the pain. So please stop using the name of companies. The Keshe Foundation from now on stays as it is, whatever name it is. And as I hear from Vince, that all the Keshe Foundation websites worldwide are going to go under the way which is called with American website design, which is getting completed. So we all look the same as we are with the different flags on the top to be. So please, when you put names, the logo of the Omega Magnum will be deleted from the Keshe Foundation to the Keshe Foundation CO2 kit. The new CO2 kit, which is coming out of the Keshe Foundation, is on a flat pack. And you assemble it when you receive it. You can use it as a universal unit, as we explained before. So please refrain from using names except Keshe Foundation. Omega Quantum is a direction which a company, Sohail, has opened up in China. When he came here, we gave him the technology to transfer, to manufacture. Now we do the whole packing on the name of the Keshe Foundation, produced here in Italy. And as I said, if you have a manufacturing base, like in Philippines or whatever, the Keshe Foundation has already paid for these mats. You have to bring it to produce as a pad. If you want the foot slips the way for the slip-ons, for the pains, let us know. We buy big quantity, and that quantity allows us to get a huge discount. We pay for it. Please understand, when we pay for something, is the foundation money has to be returned to the foundation, and we can do more. You don't have the initial capitals to do it. The foundation is prepared to support you. So this way, from now on, we, if let's say in India, somebody wants 1,000, please, we can send it to you because you can afford the initial cost of setting it up. Make it, when it's sold, send it back to us. The Chinese do this very well. Lisa has done that a couple of times. They translated the paper to Chinese, whatever they collected, they put in the foundation, allowed us to do a lot of things. So from now on, we work as one base in respect to the health and the other things. You see a knowledge. If you can produce the pens cheap in Philippines, in Thailand, in China, but you need the initial finances. I've told the Chinese Keshe Foundation in Shenzhen. We, from the foundation, we provide you the cash to start doing it. It's there in our tape. We finance the spin-offs. We cannot do millions, but there's enough that we can all start collecting to develop further and further. So if you look in this pain pad, you hope you wish to have, send through the appropriate channel who you are in the point we know. We have at this moment 6,000 on the ship to Italy. We have 10,000 pieces which are paid for and in backup. We can send from there. If you want to pay the transport for it, or we pay it, you put the finances back into the foundation, that we can do more with the others. So for the first time, we give this facility to you to use the Keshe Foundation central assets for helping your own nation. We can't give you 1,000, 10,000 in one go, but start small and help yourself and your nation. We can give you these paths to make it yourself. Carry on.
Okay, Manuel, do you want to help direct me through your presentation here? I'm on slide 2 right now.
Okay, as a health foundation in Malta, I was given 10 of these pain pads to be tested by volunteers in Malta. And I approached several people and accepted to be volunteers on this. And I have about 8 or 9 of them here. So if you, okay, I can read the first one. A number of people in Malta from different age brackets volunteered for using the pain pads in different areas of their body according to the pain they suffer due to everyday routine work or posture of the body they got used to. Okay, you can go to the next one. Okay, what's behind the pain pad? It's a programmed magnetic material which applies a combination of constant and gradient fields that assure a different sufficient magnetic and gravitational fields. Those is applied to the both superficial and deep affected tissues. It will modulate the body's normal production of anti-inflammatory chemicals from cells in the affected tissue and will accelerate pain relief and increase blood flow instantly. Next one. Okay, here is Raymond, 56 years old man. He's a security guard, has about 8 hours a day of standing upright. He suffers from waist pain and lower back pain. Okay, so he tried it. He accepted to try it. Okay, before he discovered pain aid pad, normally when he has pain, he takes painkillers for 3 days to relieve the pain in his back. Now, instead of painkillers, Raymond uses the pain relief pad and wear it at the point of pain for 4 hours. As soon as he wears it, his body posture becomes upright and kept steady. Thus, it immediately makes him feel comfortable. And okay, Raymond, I meet him regularly, and he said he rarely has the problem of his pain, but when he has it, he put it on for maybe 1 hour or 1.5, and he's back to normal. So he's not using any more of pills or painkillers. So he's really satisfied with the pain pad reliever. Okay, Alfred, if you go back, please. Alfred is 63 years old. He's still active as a carpenter, works about 8 hours a day. He complains from pain in the muscles in the upper knee due to walking up and down the stairs due to the location of his workshop. He uses the pain relief pads for 90 minutes. The pain is relieved. He did not have pain for 3 weeks after he had a hard, busy day. He repeated the process and had the same results in 90 minutes. So he's having like instant results when using the pain pad. Okay. Margaret is 59 years old. She's a housewife. She had an operation 1 year ago in the spine, so she easily gets tired and feels pain in her back. When she wears the pain aid pad, she feels normal after 90 minutes. She occasionally repeats the process when she has a hard day's work and feels strong again after 90 minutes. So it means that the pads are really effective. Next one, please. Okay, Rita, 85 years old. She's not very physically active, so she do a lot of knitting while sitting. She complains of having back pain when she enters the bed and could not sleep. When she wore the pain aid pad for 2 to 3 hours before she went to sleep, when she went to bed, she did not have the pain anymore. She did not feel the pain anymore. After 4 weeks, she still did not have any pain. She is more happy now. Okay. Joe is 60 years old. His job provides water services in the street infrastructure, and he uses heavy-duty tools. He works in different weather conditions during summer heat or winter cold. He complains in pain in his waist and legs. He tried the pain aid for several hours and had little results. He went to the doctor and had made medical tests. He found that in the diagnosis, he has spine injuries and knee therapy. So this didn't work for him because he had other severe injuries. Okay. Okay, it's ready. Check next one. Ready, okay. Okay, it's me now. I had a car accident 8 years ago and I had back nerve sometimes will create pain. When using the pain pads for 2 hours a day for these consecutive days, the pain stopped. I did not complain anymore. Okay, so whenever I stress my back and have the pain, I put it on and get better after 1.5 or 2 hours. Next one. Okay, Claudio is a 29-year-old man. He works as a tile. After a week's work, he feels pain in the back due to bending posture. He wears the pain relief pads for 2 to 3 hours and the pain reduces, but did not stop completely. Next day, he wears the pain relief pad again for another 2 hours and the pain stopped completely. Whenever he overworked and have the pain, he uses the pain pad for 2 hours and his pain stops. So since he used to have pain for a long time, it didn't work for the first day, but on the second day, he was okay. Okay, Maria is a housewife. She suffers from tennis elbow due to use of hair dryer. She tried the pain relief pad over her elbow for 2 hours for 3 days. The pain is reduced, but not completely. The doctor said that she has to be operated. But I talked to Maria about a week ago, and she said she's not going to operate because she's feeling a lot better. Okay, Louis, a 69-year-old man. He works 6 hours a day as a carpenter with back pain. Although he's retired, but he's still active. He explained his experience with the pain at bed. On the 24th February, he complains that he had pain and waist pain after handling and lifting heavy objects. He started wearing the pain aid pad from 1445 till 2030 with no results. Okay, then on the 26th February, he wore the pain aid again from 8 o'clock in the night in the morning to 10 in the night. Nighttime pain reduces. On the 6th March, wears the pain aid pad again all day and felt very comfortable. Still there is pain. On the 7th, he wears it all day and night and pain was relieved. On the 8th, he did not wear the pain aid pad, but at night there was no pain. On the 9th, he wears it all day, feeling very comfortable because even when you wear it, it makes your back straight, so it will help you keep straight. For the first time, he can stand straight without pain. On the 12th March, feeling some pain again after a hard day. So next day, he wears the pad again. And on the 14th, lifted the gas cylinder, had pain again. It resulted after 4 days without using the pad, and the pain stopped in the 6th day. This means that using the pads, pain aid pad stops the pain faster than resting. When he wears the pad, during driving, there was no results, probably because of the metal in the seat. I still meet Lewis, and he rarely uses it now because it's like the problem he has in his back now is solved. Ian, 27-year-old, is a furniture sprayer. He has a pain back due to carrying of heavy objects. He wears the pain aid pad for 2 hours and had no results. After the 3rd day, his pain started to reduce. On the 4th day, the pain stops after wearing the pain aid pad for 2 hours. He used it about one time per week after he lifted heavy objects during his job. But he's very satisfied with the results. Next one, please. Okay. All right. So if there will be new pain pads to try, I'm ready to get volunteers to test them again.
We are prepared to supply you with the raw material. If we can get it made in Malta and create some jobs, then you don't need to wait for us.
All right, give us files and I work on it as soon as possible.
So send me the detail where you want it. I get the manufacturers to ship it to you, maybe 100, 200 pieces. Okay. And as usual, return the funds to the foundation that we can do our work. Next question. You see, this is beautiful. Now we need somebody in the background to start making a data sheet. This is what we call clinical trials. Now we know this is the path. Let's see what's the next step. How we will do the different thing with the wires, which has been put forward by Renan. Renan starts teaching exactly as we've done before next week, and then we follow and build on it, and we add to the knowledge. As I said, you got to understand how does this pain pad works. Then you can add knowledge to it. The pain pads are especially made. I have used them for over 10 years now, so I know how they use. I use them for some cases of cancer. I use it for emotional balance as a helmet. What we do in the helmets, because you see, I explained to you, if you remember a few hours ago, how we changed connected the cancer from the hip to the brain. So what we do, we use the pain pads in the helmet in the form of, if you look at it from the top, like strips. So when you use them like strips, then you decide which part of the brain, which part of the, this is the helmet looking from the top, which part of the physicality you want to touch. And then the body takes from it as a plasmatic gravitational magnetic field, because now if you look at it, this is the shape of the strips. The strips sit here. So there are different applications for it. If you got a migraine you can't get rid of, try this. If you got a migraine, if it's your face this way, oh God. If this is your face, if I can go like this, and this is your eyes, try the magnetic strip of the pain pad across there. Or across there. Do the same with the sticks. start expanding and report back. Now, people were waiting for us to come with, what do you call it, testimonial. These are the people who used it. Hopefully, if I can get a collaboration and cooperation, I know he is on the line. He wrote to me that he'll be online. Our volunteer in post-cancer treatment of the Keshe Foundation. He's a dentist doctor, and his son is in the medical training too. So he can explain to you how the plasma of the technology has changed, that his blood more or less cannot be said that he's got a cancer. His testimonial will be important to the what we call chemotherapy section. They understand why we support the chemotherapy. It's just the side effects has to be gone. When the side effect of chemotherapy is reduced, the body is perfectly in order. So we need your testimonial, as many as possible. Try to make it brief. We give you a room to come on. Next 5 weeks, if we have to go from 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we carry on. Because it's not going to take years for somebody to write a report to see what it is, if it suits them beneficially, financially, to release it. You come, you've done the test, you show. And if anybody misuses or abuses, we go public with it. So the people who want to say this and I did that to do that, because we know there's some clandestine activities going in the background to abuse these teachings on the health side. Even we know the people who are very active in Belgium are planning something like stupid like this. We are watching your lines. We watch. You report false, the community will kick you out of it. So come in correct, bring the knowledge, share it with us, that the rest can do. There is a lot of understanding. Why I brought the teaching of the health this way is because you lot will get confidence in your own work. You get confidence in the knowledge you're gaining, and that's what it matters. Fear does not help. Using unknown to create fear, which is going on some sites delivered by one man, about 10 different sites every day, does not help. He used it to help himself. Now when it comes to others, there's something wrong with it, unless the masters need to be paid. Bring the knowledge very correctly. We try to do our best, our webmaster Vince, to bring a lot of things, facilities that you can upload. We've seen now is done with Sando has put a website that you can sign your World Peace Treaty and put it up on the website. We need your attestation. We call it Keshe Foundation testimonial, health testimonial. Bring it in. We set it up. Nobody can control it. Nobody can hijack it like they've done with the Keshe Foundation thought groups. From now on, we make sure nobody can hijack anything to suit them. The setup of the Keshe Foundation hijacking of thought groups is on the video. If you want, we can play it for you, how it was planned to be executed when it's needed by the Belgians. Vince, do you have the rest of that tape where you've spoken about thought groups? Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
The one which you played the health side of it this morning.
Yes?
In the back part is spoken about the thought group setup.
Well, actually, I wanted to speak to you about that later, but I'll speak to you about that now because it's just come out. What he was speaking about was introducing a Moodle and
the thought groups which goes with it.
Exactly. And
that thought groups was set up there deliberately to infiltrate when it's needed. So people can see how advanced the plans were to disrupt the Keshe Foundation. This is 2012. Just play it. Let people see. It's important that we don't let nobody to infiltrate to bring doubts in our work. I don't want you to report success. You've seen what Maltese have done. Does not work. It didn't work. This is better than saying it works, but if it works, why it works?
Okay, just give me a moment to queue. Okay.
Okay, no problem. So let me explain something very important. We have requested in the background to be done, and we request from all of you, a part of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, supporters, all people who can see the change can come. You've seen how we changed the position with a piece with the health section, how suddenly I've opened it up. We need your help. I want to ask you the way the Iranian friends did in Washington. Take a road peace map and take it to the house of every president, king, prime minister. Even means organize 100 of you, each one with a copy, hand it over. If you are in a position of power, which a lot of listeners of ours are, deliver the road map to your presidents. Deliver it to your prime ministers. Do it this week. This next 2 weeks is very crucial for the Keshe Foundation turn of the point. I have delivered myself to the Chinese ambassador. I have delivered myself to the Iranian president. I have delivered it directly to His Excellency, His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. We are in a position, we have access to the people, you don't. But by standing outside and give it to the man, if even they ask you to send it by post, we need roadmap to be at the reach of the government. We are through specific channels. If not this year, maybe next year, that the roadmap will be taken on the floor of United Nations.
You're starting to break up a little bit too, Mr. Keshe. So just to be
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Breaking up slowly.
Yeah. We need, if you live in New York, if you live in the area of Washington, take the roadmap to the Secretary of United Nations and forward it. Take as many, don't wait for somebody else. If they done, you do again. We've seen His Excellency President Obama, President Putin, after receiving 8 deliveries of the road peace map, he responded to all 8. This roadmap has to be taken on the floor of United Nations. Take it to the United Nations opening of session in October, annual meeting, and ask them if this is a United Nations for peace, bring it on the floor. Somebody will. Keshe Foundation will meet the cost of the copying in New York. The hotels the president stand, give it to their drivers. Give it to their bodyguards. Their presidents always read when something handed in. We work as one nation. United Nations has to become one nation. If you have access to the Office of General Secretary, take it in. Go to United Nations every day, deliver till somebody reads, it makes sense. Send a copy to United Nations offices around the world if you can. It's your future, my life is over. Make sure it reaches the floor of United Nations and it becomes a law by United Nations. We have the support of Iranian government, we have the support of the Russian government. We will receive fully support of the Chinese too. Please, if you live, you're a supporter of Keshe Foundation, organize yourself to be present at every day of United Nations opening, wherever it is, and from now, that the General Secretary receives a copy. If he receives 200, it's still not enough. We need to bring health in line with the freedom of the man. Can you play this, please? Now you see how they infiltrate you, how advanced the plans are, and then how we are naive. We listen to them. We think they are friends. Please play the tape.
Around the proton. Actual physics doesn't give an explanation at all. But Mehran Kesh has given the answer. Okay. So in fact, what is essential is that we are going to give online access worldwide to information. Information theoretical courses and information that is in the 3 books and in the new book, but also the practical and useful courses which are related to the patent, international patent. We are going to give this online in a number of separate segments. One, we will have a wiki of our own. The problem with a wiki is, of course, that people are going to say, oh, I changed this word, I want to change that word. So we have to put a certain limit on it. Then we will have a Moodle element. Moodle is an online education system. It's from the United States. What is interesting is that a teacher or someone who wants to give a lecture or whatever can create his own course there. He can put images inside and people can access it. They can test themselves in that knowledge. So that is existing technology. At this moment, there are 27 million people in the world using this system. What is also interesting is that there are modules for about, I think, 30, 40 languages. So the Jew can look to this in Hebrew. The Japanese can follow the framework. And we want also to use this. So I'm doing tests now. And then we have a module, Quick Smart, where people can test their knowledge. You have a similar system with Moodle, but QuickSime is a little bit different. It's not really, it is a question and answering system, but we want to change it a little bit to make it more open. And then we are also going to create a .NET, probably cache.net or something like that, where we try to bring all those people together so they can discuss new things, give suggestions. We think this must be possible with your technology. Can we discuss this? Can we look who takes a responsibility, who takes, let's say, who will do the design, the software, or whatever. So there we try to make a real community. And so we will have, let's say, in the Moodle concept segment, patents, space, energy, health, water, agro, nano, environmental, and new materials. So that way, it is like our Keshe Foundation independently helps the education and sharing knowledge for the better of mankind. That's our target. Okay, thank you all.
Now, you see, it took us 2 years by escaping from Belgium to put this in work. What you see, the balls on the table, they were demonstrations done by Professor Miles. As I said, we used to do some regular meetings in the center. This wasn't the opening talk. This was a few months after we opened the center. We used to invite scientists or other people to give short talk, or we were inviting the ambassadors. So now the Keshe Foundation Center goes back to its routine. We know we are very far in Barry, but within the coming months, we do regular open teachings, conferences by scientists, by the people who develop technologies to show new technologies at the new center. We have our own auditorium. We don't need to wait for people like where we were before up to now, if they allow us to use the technology, even though the auditorium, even though we pay through our nose for it. So the technology has opened up. The technology is there. It's for you to tell us what you need, and it's got to be the framework of the foundation that we can deliver. But we need, and I said again, please deliver the roadmap to United Nations. Even if it means you have to make a trip to go there, make a trip, because the trip is the trip of peace for humanity. As we heard, the head of man opposing the 5+1 in Washington, the group they set up to oppose the agreement, the peace agreement between Iran and 5+1, resigned this week, according to the press, because he's seen what President Obama has done is for the benefit. We have pushed in a lot of ways in the background and in the front to explain there is no one who can oppose 10 million jobs in American society due to and through the peace agreement. Because Boeing has signed a lot of contract, General Electric has done, everybody else has done. And these jobs go back to be created in the United States. Any senator in the parliament, in the Senate of America, opposes the 5+1, tell them to create one job. President Obama, His Excellency President Obama, with this agreement, to the benefit of both Iran and America, has created 10 million jobs. Now, with the sideline agreement with the plasma technology transfer from Iran, we reckon anything up to 10 to 20,000 PhDs in American universities to start a new process of plasma technology. We offer the same to the Israeli government. We welcome you to our nuclear centers, as long as you come as friend. We open the door to United Nations, to IAEA. We open the nuclear centers of Iran to the Israeli public. My government position is very clear. We have a plasma technology which is more powerful than nuclear. We don't need it. We haven't used it. We invite the Israeli government, the parliament, to the nuclear centers of Iran. Come and see. Let's share the knowledge of nuclear together. His Excellency President Rouhani and His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei will support the move. The fear of unknown creates a fear. This is what declaration is doing too. But we welcome you back home. When you do wrong, the Father is always forgiving. We invite the Cabinet of Israel to the nuclear centers of Iran. The ones who refuse have something to hide. We open the Iranian nuclear research centers to the Israeli nuclear scientists. If we are producing nuclear material for bomb, let's share it together. Let's see if you open your nuclear technology and weapon to us, that we can put you to shame. My call goes to the Israeli Prime Minister. You are welcome to Tehran to visit all the nuclear facilities of Iran. Today, in the interview with Mike Harris, will emphasize this too again. When there is no ghost, you're not frightened of anything. My government position is very clear. We invite you to learn the plasma technology as much as the Iranian nuclear technology, as much as we are teaching our health to you. We welcome the Syrians, the Palestinians, and the Israelis. Come all together and see if we are enemies or friends. I'm sure there is somebody sick in the house of the Prime Minister of Israel, and I'm sure there is somebody sick in the minister who ordered the killing of the Iranian nuclear physicist. We don't kill you. We give you love and care the way the Iranians have done for years. And then when your child needs the medicine through the Keshe Foundation, as you see people are doing, we'll give it to you free. And don't forget, it all came through nuclear industry of Iran, plasma technology. So, as I put my hand, yes?
I think we have a document here that explains about the Mike Nashif water.
I've seen it. I've seen it coming up. Caroline has sent it to you.
Of course, yeah.
That can be shown.
Yes.
Just give me a minute.
Yes, no problem.
Just a minute. Our call goes directly. As I said, I put the hand up piece across the table to the Americans, and 2.5 years later, we achieved peace with the Americans on 5+1. My call goes to the Israeli government. Iran is a friend. You're welcome home. We give you all the technology you need and see if it's wrong. But we have the right to develop our technologies to add to the knowledge of the man. The Iranian government and the Iranian people welcome you, Mr. Nahu, to Tehran and to all the Iranian nuclear facilities you want to see. And while you're there, please ask your military forces not to bomb the nuclear centers, because you are there, you're in a safe hand. Now you understand why we are in Rome. Peace process goes in the hand of those who create wars. It's for them to decide. Let's see what water of life we have from Nassif. Do you want to show the slide?
Yeah, Rick, just want to clarify with you. Do you have that there? Did you receive it?
This is
I
what
just
I
want you to
see.
have a good quality there on live stream, so I want to make sure that you're able to do both. Do you want me to stop Mr. Keshe's camera? Sure, no problem.
Where is this? Where?
Yeah, we have it here.
Who's this one? Who's that face? Oh, Mike Nassif. That's good. At least we put a face to the name. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, it looks good on both. I'm monitoring both.
Is he awake? Has somebody woken him up?
No, haven't seen him.
Can we have him next week? Then he can explain it more correct exactly what he's done. But it's the way, read this article. It tells you how you make water. And he uses the gans of water to create water. He's explained it. I think we have to give it to him to do it himself, because he understands the emotion and the knowledge behind it. To us, it's a picture. This is how he makes the, what I call the drop of water chain. He makes a chain that drips water. Okay, now you're seeing the system. We let him to explain, and then we add to the knowledge he's brought how these drops of water can be used for the processing of diseases. Because when you produce water like this, is connected with the amino acid, which is the essence of the creation, untinted, so it doesn't carry any diseases. So it's one of the ways to readjust the body of the man free of diseases. I'll explain this in the due course in the next few weeks. No, this was done private. It's on the side, it can be read. There is a problem because of people in Myanmar are burning their children. We don't know if it's true or not, but it's on the internet, everything goes everywhere. Because they cannot feed them, there is no water to support them. So the position is to give them clean water, and through the water give them essence of life energy. That you do not destroy life, to end a life, to save a life. This is Caroline's work, and she knows she does a lot of these kind of works in the background for supporting the humanity. Thank you very much. So we call it the day today. If there is any question in the background.
Here is Modris. I would like to. Please.
He's become a. Would you like to start becoming a teacher as well in September?
Me?
Yes.
I love to share everything that I know, but
Okay,
I don't know how good I am for a teacher.
We never know till we are tested.
It's true.
You've seen with the Marco, huh? He's the shyest man I see, but when he comes on the board, the knowledge he spreads is gorgeous. And the same with Ahmed. So we're all learning. Can we answer some question? Oh yeah, this is what you wanted to show us. Can we put this to next week?
So I want to first about the Nashar. Sorry.
This cannot be done. We already passed 3.5, 4 hours, I think.
Right.
This needs an hour or so. If you can make a proper presentation like Brennan, and present it perfect, because I know what you're going to show, and it's very important. It cannot be by just coming in and showing it. Make an hour, 2-hour presentation with it, because it's very important.
This is what I'm showing now?
Yeah, if you can put your pictures into a PDF or something instead of the iPhone format, which doesn't work at all on the screen, really. It's small. It's hard to blow it up.
You see, I can see your drips of water on the floor. You're collecting water.
It's around the container. It's just I want to confirm about what Mike did.
Yes,
because inside there is also a bit caustic, and it really attracts the water that's around it.
We shown this with a cup which we ask to be produced in China. The environment part of the caustic, which is Gans material itself of the water, creates that condition in the environment. That's how we collected the drips, and then the whole thing, because of the energy unit, got left behind in China. And now, Magnus, and you have resurrected it. We explained the knowledge behind it. But the way you do it is now the bucket creates the same gravitational magnetic field, because use the gas, which is convert itself to water too as well, because of the having the gas at the bottom of the pot. And I'll show you another way to create water without the loop, and it's very much through the wires you have the coating on. The wire coating you use creates an environment conversion of the what do you call it, water to come up the skin, between the skin and the wire, to be collected. We've seen this for years. There is something important in the whole structure, is to understand it. Then you can copy it in any shape or form.
Right.
Please make a full dossier with it, presentation, and give you room to what do you call it, to present it. Because you keep on coming in and showing us a lot of things, but now you're becoming a teacher, you got to put it in a way that we all understand.
Okay, I will try to do better.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions we can answer? A few before we go.
Let me see. Nadine had a question earlier about, do we need GANs, or can we use the 7 chakra colors with the nano-coated wires? I'm not clear on what she means by that. But
I don't understand. Who gave the color to the chakra?
That's a good question.
Do we see the colors of chakra? I never heard that.
Well, they are presented sometimes by that Kirlian photography type techniques, and some people say there's
these are
7
energy
colors.
centers. These are gravitational magnetic field energy centers. They call them chakra. So if you understand, you know how it goes.
So in a way, she's saying, can we use those instead of the GANs with the nano-coated wires?
Maybe you can. But how are you going to mix it? You put the heart in the position of the brain?
Well, in a way, I suppose, in how Renan was showing his demonstration of the pointed wire, that he was saying how the energy of the healer is involved with the healing, or with the person that's helping with the healing. The energy, is able to be gathered by the nano-materials and so on. So perhaps if we have these different centers, then one or more of the centers perhaps would be useful to put that energy through at a particular time for best healing. Is that another way to look at it? Still there, Mr. Cash?
Yes,
okay.
I muted myself too long. As usual, I forgot to unmute myself with you.
I didn't know whether it was so profound you didn't know whether to answer, or you fell asleep.
I fell asleep yesterday while I was talking to somebody. I worked too long. Yeah. What happened? We done this with Dr. Elia Kostova in respect to the lift and the stopping of a motor last year, using the process of the motion of the energy within the chakras, as she calls it. But you need to be able to have the gift to be able to change. If you have a healer and he can take from his vein to your, what you call, second chakra or third chakra, or whatever the process is called, would it match? If it does, and how much you can change and how much you can share. We need people who have this knowledge to come forward and explain it to us, and then we can add to it. I understand it different way, but I'm totally ignorant to the present explanation of chakras, because to me it doesn't make sense, but I understand the operation as a centers of energy.
Right. Well, perhaps
The
someone that
magnetical.
perhaps someone that's more or less an expert in the chakra energies. I know some people do a lot of work with yoga and kundalini energy and so on. They take courses and become quite expert at manipulating that energy. So perhaps someone like that could interchange with Mr. Kesh and enlighten each other, because maybe we're talking
enlighten
about the
all of
same
us,
thing.
because we need to understand. I'm a student.
Mr. Kesh,
Yes.
it's Modris again. Can I connect somehow with Raymond and do some work in background with him, like share a bit my ideas and maybe get a bit lighter from him?
Why
Absolutely.
not? We're not here to control anything, but with Renan and others, we work as a team on other things at the moment. There are developments we're doing, and this is what I told you. I like to bring you into something else. I like to bring you in with the Chinese, with the fat boys.
Okay.
Because that's where we see the position of the left to come. You're like me, you go everywhere, from the health to the materials to the lift and energy and the rest of it. But there is a concentration needed with what do you call it, with the Fat Boy group, the Chinese Cash Foundation in Zhejiang. Because I think they're in a position of the lift and the system you have can bring a lot of benefit to the foundation worldwide.
Just to have ideas which I have to share, otherwise they bother me. When I share them, then I have space for new.
Yeah, okay. Next week when Renan is on, explain, and he runs the floor. You share it, so that we all learn together.
Right, thank you.
That's the best way to do it, and because we're trying to do. Renan at the moment is busy with 2 or 3 different things, and if he wants to do it, he can access. But there's a lot of things coming through. I've just been told Mike Nassif is come on. He's woken up. He's gone online. Can you see him?
I think he's making his way.
Hello.
That was Mr. Kesh dropping out again, I think.
Yeah, it's the hotel system which kicks me out and brings me back in. They're very generous. I was told Mike Nassif is trying to get on to explain his work.
Yeah, I think he's coming in.
Oh. First of all, let him knock on the door. Don't make it easy for him.
Okay, we should have Mike there now, I believe, very shortly, once he gets his microphone set up.
Oh, yes, there he is. Okay.
There he is. He's back again. The invisible man. Hello? Hello?
Morning.
Mike?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Morning, good evening, whatever. I didn't realize there was a workshop this morning.
Every Thursday.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yesterday it was Monday, so I don't know. They're all blending together now.
Yeah.
All right. What can I do for you guys? I don't have any video.
Mike, we spoke about your water system. Can you enlighten us with your knowledge?
Sure. The human body has 8 chakra systems. When you make an infinity loop, you're replicating the human body chakra system. Okay.
We have to get the volume a little better there, Mike, and also I need to get I need to find the file that we had. Oh, there it is. I found it.
I'm working on a class for a newer class with all of the updated knowledge that I've got and that everybody else has shared and stuff like that for the infinity loop. I'm also working on a new table of light for elements, and I've got some stuff being presented that I'll be presenting to the group to help further the knowledge in it. The infinity loop is just a miniature hadron collider, except you're using light. So I really can't explain it with just words, obviously, but you guys have got my pictures going around.
Yeah, I've got the pictures here on the screen now, I believe. I can't tell because I can't I can't see anything. It's full screen and I don't know what I'm showing, basically.
The duality and the infinity.
Right?
It kind of shows you the flow of plasma. Can you go back to the last one, please, Red?
Yeah, it's hard to control here. This one?
Yeah. All right, the top picture, you can see the flow of plasma, how I envision it. On a single wire, you can see it looks like little blobs up there. If you guys could picture food coloring dropping into clear water, that's about what plasma would look like if you could see it, okay? Until you give it direction, until you give it some energy, to give it a little extra push, okay? And you'll see in the second figure, it looks like a beam coming out of the one bent wire, like what Renan's using for the health workshops. This is kind of explaining why it works, but showing you how it works, okay? Every loop that you make, when you reconnect the plasma circuit, okay, will create the magnetical fields in there. Makes it a little bit more powerful, okay? It gives it some push. The third one, third picture you can see there. Okay. All right, the third one, it's kind of like having two reactors next to each other that are magnetical, okay? The plasma flow creates a magnetic flow, or a magnetic field, plasmatic magnetic field on either end, okay? Those are setting off their own spheres. The two spheres will interact in the center, okay? As well as the compounding, I guess, of the light combining itself in the center, okay? I'll explain more of this. If there's a picture of that orange gold colored infinity with a bright center that I've been sharing, if you can bring that picture up somewhere, that is the best description that I can give from what I see how the light would look if you were to take away the copper wire and the nano coating and be able to see inside of that. That's what it would look like, okay? And the magic happens in the center because the light's going to travel, okay? It's going to travel in its different directions and it's going to collide with each other. That collision is the energy that's being given off, okay? Like I said, it's just like the Hadron Collider, except you're using light. It's a lot safer, but it's also a lot more powerful. So you have to, you know, choose your windings correctly. Whenever you're making an infinity loop, okay, always start out with you fold the wire in half, okay? You have the bent half, which I call the closed end, okay? And then you have the two ends that are the wires. That's the open end, the ends of the wires. Okay, hold the ends of the wires with your pliers or whatever you're going to use. Hold them still. Okay, do all your twisting from the closed end of the loop. Put your pin in there, put, you know, something like a wooden dowel or something, put it inside there and twist it to the right or to the left. Okay, when you twist it to the right, you're twisting it counterclockwise. The effect is the opposite. Okay, if you're twisting it to the right and you're twisting it counterclockwise, the effect that you're going to get from that copper wire or that coil or that twist, okay, is going to be a counterclockwise rotation from the plasma. So please keep that in mind. It's very important. You guys might be experiencing some issues with your batteries draining or something to that aspect, okay? The infinity loop is based on your perception of how you twist it. So I'm giving you a perception by telling you to hold the ends of the wires with the pliers, okay? Hold those steady, all right? And then you should have the same results that I'm having. Now, as far as the infinity loop with water, okay? 8 loops, 8 twists. Actually, it should be 7 twists because the completion of the infinity loop makes 8. Everybody understand that? You're trying to replicate the human body, all right? You're trying to find the frequency at which you can see water, okay? It's always there. So we're going to raise the frequency of that water to 8, which is the same as the human body, okay? 8 twists. Now the water becomes visible and will start condensating. All right. It's amazing that what a few drips per second can do. The amount of water that is being produced. I watched my bathtub fill up after about 6 days. It filled up, I don't know, a good foot or so of water of just dripping, you know, about 2 or 3 times every second. So, you know, there's a lot of water to be produced. You don't have to use, you know, something that looks like a faucet. Okay, take what you need. You can make a whole bunch of these loops. All right. You take the Gans of water. My understanding.
Excuse me, Mike. Can I intervene?
Sure.
Could you make a video of this physically making it?
I can. I don't have video equipment. All of my stuff.
Just a normal phone camera, your PC camera is good enough.
My iPad camera is cracked, so that's the only thing I've been using this whole time has been my iPad. Anytime I try to put any other pictures or anything like that, I'll get screwed up. So my iPad is, I believe, divinely protected.
Okay. It's just that when you see it in video form, or somebody can help you to make it, maybe with our friend in Malta, that he can produce the video as you advise, and then we can see it that way.
That'll be great. I do have another setup that I can try, but like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it because it's 12 megapixels. It's like super large files now. So I've gone from one extreme with garbage video to super fantastic video, but I can't get them to mesh.
Yeah, just if you work with our friend in Malta, then because he's gone for the water the same as you, so you can cross what do you call it, knowledge transfer, and make your video that we can all enjoy and learn from.
Okay, yeah, I'll make videos as soon as I can.
I'll tell him how you want to do it, and he'll make it, and then you explain it together in the next teaching.
Okay. Yeah, we'll put it together.
That's because this is very important, and the simplicity, the way you've done it, is fantastic.
The twisting of the loops is very, very important. Just like the twisting of your coils, anything. All right, you decide, you dictate. You know, like Mr. Cash has said many times, the direction of the flow. All right. What I've come up with is being able to take this infinity loop, okay, and replace all of your reactors with it, all of your spinning reactors, okay, all of your static reactors. You don't really need to have GANs, okay, but GANs is preferred because you're not using live plant materials. You're no longer using live materials, creatures of this planet, to provide energy. You are creating that energy yourself and using it. So the infinity loops are important to every creature on the planet, not just humans. The process is very simple, guys. It's so simple you're going to kick yourselves. You know, for the last week and a half, I've been blasting out how to make a custom caustic. You know, you put your wood ash, hardwood ash, and water together. You bring it to a boil. All right, that makes your caustic. That's the same thing as that lye drain opener. It's just in a different concentration. Okay. Anybody?
Then you let it, when you boil it, you let it settle, and the water is a caustic.
I use all of it. I don't just use the clear water on top. I put everything in that bottle because it's the essence of everything that I put in that caustic. Okay. If you want water, okay, you have to get the opposite of water. Okay. In order to get the opposite of water, okay, how do you get that? Well, the opposite of anything is the nano version of it. So how do you get the opposite or the nano version of water? Well, you need the GANs of water, okay, because obviously the caustic is not going to give you the GANs of water or the nano water, okay? So you have to spin. Is it easier to use a nano-coated container, Mr. Cash, or can I spin it without it? Spin water.
It with ice all the same, it converts it anyway.
It's, say again, sorry?
I said it's the same, it'll convert itself anyway.
Okay. But for me, it's just spinning. I spun some water without the container being nano coated. Okay. When it's, you spin it, turns a bright blue. You know, I don't know what my RPMs are. All I have is a voltmeter here and some pliers and things like that, guys. Okay. You don't need a lot of stuff to tell you the answers. Okay. Because once you understand how the universe works, it's there. All right. You know the answers. You know how to fix the problems. You have the solutions. Okay. But you have to get the opposite of whatever it is that you're wanting. Okay. In this case, it's water. So you get the GANs of water. You add that to the caustic. That now becomes the nano of water, the opposite of water.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
You, in your writing, write something, but somehow you pass it very passively.
As in what?
How come you haven't seen how to create light?
Because light isn't my issue.
You should have seen light.
I'm working in the broad daylight here. It's 107 degrees. If I'm seeing light, okay, it's got to be very, very bright.
I read your writing. This is your writing in front of us here. This is how light travels inside the loop after it has been nano-coated. The expression of light comes from the center.
Yes. I have not made a combination of my infinity loops yet. Okay. The reason why a lot of my stuff, you're not seeing anything from me is because once I do, I let everybody know that's not supposed to know where I'm at. Okay. It's like sending out the bat signal, and I'm not ready yet because I don't have a plan. But when the time comes and I plug into the system, everybody's going to know who I am.
You know you've been nominated to become a teacher in the new term.
In the new term.
Yeah, in the university. So you better start learning how to teach very quickly.
I seem to be doing okay. You know, it's a matter of learning and understanding it. The simplicity is what's going to hold people back with this. Okay, it's really what it is. Okay, you put the Gans of water in the in your caustic, it turns nano. You take your caustic after it's cold and settled. Okay, you can use just a clear liquid on top if you want. Okay, but I use all of it, and you spray that on your infinity loops. Okay, it will attract the opposite of water to it. Okay, you should receive condensation on the surface of that loop. Okay, it will build up and then gravity will take effect and it will drip. Okay, it is so simple that it's scary now. And I believe that I've given everybody this gift of light. You have been teaching it. I've given you the tool of how to use it. Okay, because there are a lot of people in the world right now that need some help. A lot of them are listening to these shows. I have a god-awful noise on the background.
Muted.
This is the gift of light, people. Okay, you have become light workers when you started all of this. The true meaning of light worker is to be able to learn how to manipulate light and use it to your advantage to help other people. This is the same information that those beings that are in control have.
Can I add to just a piece in what you just said? And you mentioned it and I said you write it, but you are not aware of it in a way, just to add to the knowledge. Light is the conversion between the universal plasma and the matter plasma. This is something none of you have ever picked up on it, but let's add to the knowledge. When you see a light, is the point when the universal plasma in the gravitational magnetic field breaks down to become to the matter state of the gravitational magnetic field.
I believe that everything that I'd seen back since March, my problem was that there are, 4 different kinds of the same element. Okay, that's where the new table of elements will come out. Okay, nothing's changed for our regular elements. We're just adding more knowledge to it.
But it's important to understand the point of reference for conversion from plasma as a universal plasma and plasma in a matter state, the strength of the plasma. Light is the point of conversion. The strength of the gravitational magnetic field of the light is a conversion point from the universal gravitational magnetic field, the strength, to the matter strength in the environment which the matter appears. It's important to be understood, and if you understood fully, will give a lot of insight in the work of the universe, where you see matter and how you can create matter according to the filter of the speed of light which you create at that point.
Yep.
This is something which never been explained. As I said, we explain again till understood that the same as a sound barrier. The same as when you boil a thing at a certain given temperature, it changes from solid to liquid. And then you say at that temperature. Light is the strength of gravitational magnetic field at a given environment where the universal gravitational magnetic field converts to the matter, because from then on, from the light comes on the matter state. And that's why we add to the mass of this planet, because the light continuously shines, and as it comes, it converts into the matter state strength, and we add to the mass of the planet from conversion of the plasmatic field of the solar system.
Mr. Cash,
Yes.
this is Renan.
Hi, Renan. Hi.
Yes, I would like to add about the light, because when I was doing some processing with my sister, she is short-sighted, so she can only see near objects or near very fine objects. So what I did is show the video. So I did what I just put a point the
Can you
nanomaterial
share that with you?
for a while.
Yeah.
So can you see my video? So I just put it on the tip, on her tip, on the finger, the nanomaterial, and she can see a light that will connect to the skin, and it suddenly disperse. So with her keen eyes, she just watch it slowly, and there's a bright, small, tiny white light that comes out and connects to the skin, and suddenly it disperses into like a fog.
Yeah,
So,
because the gravitational magnetic field you're releasing from the tip of the pen in the interaction with the gravitational magnetic field of the finger or the body, that friction creates the light. So if you can photograph it high speed, you will see the light, and it confirms again, that's what we said, bright light in the sky.
and also I have discovered that you don't need nano-coated copper. Right now I'm using a barbecue stick. It's a wood, and I just burn it, and there's still fields steaming. So if they don't have access with copper in the
Because when you burn the wood, you create a nanolayer.
Oh yes.
Wood
So,
is a
graphene.
nanomaterial. Burnt wood is a nanomaterial in different strength as the wood itself. I explained this in some teachings very long time ago, how South Americans used ash as a nanocoat to absorb energy. And we see it in South America, the lands which are all black from the wood, because they realize this.
I remember.
Yeah. Something very interesting, maybe to add to knowledge in a different way. If you suffer from clinical illness, make ashes and just lie within the ashes. It's a fully nano-coated material. You get literally covered in it. The process starts the conversion to the balanced condition. It used to be practiced thousands of years ago, taught to the man by the people who met. Ashes has a huge healing process because it's a nanomaterial. That's why it says black. Don't cover the body with the ash, but if you sleep in it, if you can sleep, lie in it, you will find has a lot of conditions as an. It's exactly the coating you've done. But because it's made of the materials which the body of the man is made, more or less, it interacts directly. So any unbalanced condition finds balance in the field strength.
Yes, and if you add all of the things that man needs to that, to your nano coating, even if it's just a wire, okay, not just the wood, but if you add it to the nano coating, as you are putting that light beam through their nerves, okay, you're trying to capture or you're going to capture the electron from there. That's what severs that pain nerve. Okay, so you have to move it around so you can find that nerve in the reflexology charts. Okay, but
maybe Pardon?
Well, if you add, you know, all of the things that the human body needs, okay, then you're feeding the entire body. Okay, so you're healing and taking away their pain at the same time. Several treatments could be used for it, but you can take that wire and turn it into a loop, put it around a plastic bottle, okay? Nano coat that plastic bottle, put the lid on it, okay? Nano coat the outside of that plastic bottle with the loop on it, okay? That has, for instance, marijuana, the caustic of marijuana, okay? It will cure the cancer, okay? It has a cure-all for everything, just about.
Can you repeat that for the people if they want to test it?
Okay. Take an old plastic bottle, doesn't matter what kind it is, okay? Make a coil around it, all right, with your copper wire, 8 coils, okay? Or you do
8
7
coils or
do
8 turning of coils.
8 turning of coils, okay? You choose the direction in which you want, okay? In this case,
Yeah, you make the chakra in a way. Your job,
yes,
you'll follow the same process of chakras, yeah.
yes. The human body needs 8, okay? Keep 8 in your mind, okay? 7 turns, all right, will give you your 6 chakras, all right? But you connect them together. At the end, the entire system becomes another loop. So you have to add that loop into it, okay? So if you have 7 turns, you connect the ends to it, that makes 8, okay?
You mean you connect end to end of your loop?
Yes, okay? A true infinity, meaning that the wires follow, the ends of the wires will follow the other individual wires. I have pictures coming, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's the serpent eating its tail. It has to follow the same direction. Okay, that's a true infinity. Okay, the pictures that are being shared right now on the Peace in Your Soul chat or whatever, I haven't been able to update them. The point of the infinity loop is pointing away from the loop. Okay, that is just to show you that it needs to be twisted together. Okay, turn that point back into the loop and feed the plasma back into the system, and you will get a true infinity loop. Okay, the number of twists is important because it's the frequency at which you are bringing the element to light. Okay, people can only see stuff at the frequency of about 8 hertz. All right, from the chakra, the human body, from my understanding of it. Okay, so if you want to see water or you want to see light, okay, or you want to see results, okay, it has to have 7 turns and a completion of the plasmatic circuit. Okay, don't worry about the wire. Forget that it's even copper. Okay, pretend that it's a curved flashlight beam. You are manipulating light when you do this. All right, now back to the cannabis stuff. Take the 7 turns around your plastic bottle. Okay, cover where the water would be on the inside. Okay, put some marijuana plant, leaves, the bud, the stems, put it all in the caustic. Okay, just to be sure that you got it all, I guess. I don't know. I just, in my brain, it's telling me to put all of those pieces in there, boil it, break it down to its nano form, let it cool. Okay, take that plastic bottle that you have the coil around, and it's now connected. Okay, spray it with your cold caustic and put it in a plastic bag or put it in a plastic container. Put it in anything plastic and seal it. Keep it wet. Let it nano coat.
Can you repeat that again? Because there is a question here. Can you repeat that when you wind it 7 times around the bottle? You don't nano coat the bottle beforehand.
No, because you're gonna nano coat the outside of it. All right.
Yeah.
When you
So what
put
you
it in
put
the caustic,
inside is a caustic and a cannabis.
yes, just cannabis. All right.
Nothing else. No copper. Nothing else.
Don't put anything else in there. Just the cannabis. Okay. And it will create the opposite of it. Okay. When you put
Inside
it on
it.
inside of the wire, it will create the opposite. All right. Now, what's happening when you nano coat it, it's going to trap that energy light that it's absorbing inside of that wire. All right. Well, when you're doing that, you've got that energy light. So now you're going to have the coils. All right. In between the coils is your magnetical attraction. All right. That's what's going to attract it all that energy to it. Okay. So you think of that as blue, the inside, where the plastic you can see. Think of the wires as red. Okay. It's so simple with the polarities. Just the only two colors you really need to know are red and blue, positive and negative. So when you do that, now you have the energy and every aspect of the cannabis trapped inside there at 100% light. Okay, so you're getting 100% energy from that cannabis plant. All of the benefits. You might get high, okay? You might feel funny, but guess what? You're relaxed while your body is healing itself. Okay? But you're not consuming it. Now, I don't know if it'll show up in your blood test or not. You know, that isn't for me to say. We're curing people of cancer here. All right? Cannabis has been around for a long time. If somebody has cancer, you can make these loops, okay, or these plastic water bottles. You can nano coat them and you can send them out. All they have to do is put water in that container. Okay? It's not an individualized setup. It's not anything else. You just put water in that container. You let it sit, let it energize, and the people that consume it will get healthy. Okay? Cannabis is one of those that crosses.
So I'm gonna go and repeat what you said.
Okay,
that people understand. And if anybody uses it the way you say, please report back to us.
you're going to see a lot of changes, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's why we are here. We said we are here to change the course of humanity, but the humanity will find out too late. You get a bottle, cola bottle or any plastic bottle, you put caustic in it, you put cannabis in it, you close the bottle, you make a 7 binding going around and around the bottle. Then you make the 8 loop. You let the caustic go cold. Then you take the caustic out of the bottle and you spray it on the wires, on the loops.
Yes.
Am I correct?
That is correct.
And then you wash the bottle out from every chemical and you fill it in with water and you drink that water and your cancer gets remedied.
When you're nano coating, put the lid on the bottle. There's no reason for the caustic to be on the inside. You only need the caustic on the copper wire because.
So in fact, you don't nano coat the wire outside.
Yes, you do. You wrap it. You put the entire plastic bottle inside of another plastic container. Okay? If you put the lid on your bottle, you know, let's say it's a Coke bottle, put the lid back on it. You have a wire that's exposed on the outside. All right, that's what your nano coating is. That wire. There's not enough heat really to nano
the wire around it inside another container.
Yes.
And then you produce another caustic.
You produce your cannabis caustic. Okay.
But you produce your cannabis caustic inside the first time, where you put the caustic and the water.
Listen, Mr. Kish, it's not. It's really just the 3-step process. Okay. The wire is on the outside of the plastic container. All right.
Nano coated or not nano coated?
You're just wrapping it first. You're going to spray it with caustic, and then the nano coating is going to grow. You don't need to have the inside of the container exposed to the caustic, is what I'm saying. Just put the lid on it, okay? And there's very little risk.
I think there's some confusion, Mike, about whether you, Mr. Kesh said, as he explained, you put the caustic in with the marijuana inside the bottle, and then put the cap on?
No.
Okay.
The inside of the container should not have any
Okay,
caustic.
Mike.
The inside of the container has no caustic.
Stop.
Can I help him explain, please?
Let him start from fresh. We have a bottle and wire. Start from there.
Okay, take your bottle, put a lid on it.
Yeah.
All right. You don't need anything inside of that bottle right now.
Okay.
Right? Take a wire, wrap it 7 times. Okay. Close it up. So now you have 8 loops. All right. You have your caustic already prepared. You spray it the outside of that plastic bottle where the wire is. Okay. Coat it. Okay. Soak it, and then let it sit. It'll change. It'll do its nano coating. Okay. No caustic, no chemicals, no anything should be on the inside of that plastic container. Okay. When it's done nano coating, you take the lid off, and then you can add the water and everything else to it. Okay. That you want to energize.
I don't still see where the cannabis goes.
The cannabis goes onto the wire. All right.
It's in another bottle that he sprayed.
Oh, it's the outside. Okay. Now we understand. So actually,
you prepare that.
Let's do it this way. The original bottle where you put the winding around now has become the cup of the water where you drink from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes.
Now I understand. Okay.
Instead of putting, the containers for like CH3 and CH2 or CO2 and amino acids and things like that around your cup of life, all right, we're essentially making a cup of life with cannabis. Okay, cannabis has everything that the human body needs.
So the cannabis and the caustic goes on the outside where the rings are, when you made the loops. Yeah, okay. And then you let it cool down.
Yes, you let the caustic cool down. All right.
And then you fill up the water inside the empty container and you drink.
Yes. And you should get all of the effects of the energized water of cannabis, 100% of the entire plant. Okay. It's killing cancer here in America. All right. It needs to be used around the world. I know that they've got cannabis plants all over the place. Okay. But also that there are some places that don't have it. Take any herbal medicine setup that you might be able to get from your homeopathic store or whatever. Okay. Try to find the ones that haven't been treated with heat. Okay. You can put together your own concoction that will make you feel better. Okay. Just pay attention to what the plant can do for you. All right. And you put it all into your caustic. You bring it to a boil and make it hot. Okay. So it breaks down to the nanomaterial. Whenever you spray that caustic onto any loop or any copper wire, you are asking to trap the light of that, the energy of that. Okay.
Okay, I understand. That's perfect. If you go back to today's session earlier on, we referred to this in a slightly different way. That when, for example, Renan made the rings and the wire, that you could spray or put GANs of the material you want on it to get the effects of it. You're doing the same thing, but in a way that the caustic or the coating of the nano GANs of the copper and the GANs of the material which you want to create material of, instead of painting it on it or rub it on it or add to the surface of it, becomes part of the structure of the nanocoat. So it becomes a composite nanocoat. And it's permanent.
Yes, it's like growing skin.
Yeah, it's permanent because it's created within the composition of the nano layer. I understand now. We can understand easier how you explain, because earlier on this morning we explained this process of painting the nanomaterials with GANs and let it dry, that it transfers its energy. Now
Yes.
you explain another method of the same thing.
Mr. Kesh?
Yes?
Sorry, it's Modris. Can I add a bit? I just need to go to work and I want to add before I leave.
Yep.
About the places where the cannabis is illegal, the way is how we can do. You take the hemp and you grow. Before you grow, you put in CO2 gas inside. And then when you grow, you put something of your DNA, which can be some drop of blood and lymph or sperm, or doesn't matter. And that way the plant also will contain what you're looking for. And then repeat everything what Mike said, and it could be very good link up and everything what you need in it. And because of hemp, it was tried to genetically modify it to remove that. It still will be hemp, but it's will gonna have this, the energy source in it, which was being held it in the weed.
Yes.
In a way, you are producing illegal material.
Well,
illegal, yes.
It's legal because it's not physically there. All right.
And they measure it, and
Thank you,
it's
guys.
just
I have to leave now.
it's just water when they measure it.
It literally is just water, and like I said, I don't believe, and I don't really think anybody cares at this point in their lives. If you're going to, pee hot, like here in America, you have to take a urinalysis test, for some benefits that you get, or a job interview or things like that. I can't tell you if that's going to come up in your blood system or not. All right, because you are an individual.
But you can definitely say you didn't inhale.
I tell you something, the people who are against the Keshe Foundation, you gave them the best recipe. Now they teach the Keshe Foundation how to make weed.
Well, half the world will be out trying it now, though. That's the thing, and spreading the word at the same time.
If they do, then cancer has been eradicated. So those of you that do smoke marijuana, legally or illegally, or are growing it, take some of your beautiful strains that you're making and your flowers, and make a caustic out of it. Okay.
And it lasts forever. You don't need to grow and grow, huh?
That is correct. That caustic.
I'll give you a story, very interesting. Years ago, Karen and I moved to a house, and Karen started laughing. She's laughing, you can hear in the background. We went to the loft in the top part of the house. There were 2 sacks, 3 big sacks, like 50 kilo sacks.
Wow.
Of dried marijuana leaf. The people before us, they left it, they forgot to take it. So this way you don't need that. Huh? You carry your cup with you. You always have your material with you.
Yes. All right. A little education on marijuana. All right. Fresh leaves will produce 600 to 800 times more cannabinoids. Say CBDs. This is what helps people. All right. The CBDs are what helps people. It isn't the THC. So when you use fresh,
I'm not educated in that line.
I know a lot of people that are sick with cancer, and the CBDs. Okay, if you use the fresh leaves of it, you'll get 600 to 800 times more CBDs than if you were to smoke it. All right, but now you're using the light essence of it, and you're getting 100% of the energy. So it very
Somebody got excited.
It could very well be, okay, that they drink one of these 20-ounce bottles of water, and you might be able to cure their cancer. Nobody is talking.
Yes, Sandor, your phone is open. Your microphone is open.
Shandor, okay, he's closed now.
All right. Any questions? I know you guys have been on for a while.
It'll be nice if you can show us the water process and your bottle in the video in conjunction with our friend from Malta. I think Vince
I figured out. It's okay. It'll be out here shortly. Like I said, I've been putting together a class trying to show the easiest way to visualize the infinity loop, okay, the gift of light that has been given to us. You know, it's not difficult, okay? It is not difficult to understand at all. The process is, you know, whatever you want to attract, you put that into the caustic and you will make the opposite of it, okay? So when you put it to that infinity loop and you have created a magnetical field, okay, it will attract all of those fields to that loop and it will broadcast out the center.
Let me explain to you something which you might add to the knowledge somewhere. When you make an infinity loop, you radiate magnetically as much as you absorb gravitationally.
It's balanced.
It brings a balance. And when you're in that position, wherever you use it, it brings a balance. And when you use it like 7 times, or when you do it 8 times, is very much becomes a stable condition for the field transfer. Because the way you look at it as an 8 loop connecting, you add, in a way, a second double loop into it by connecting back to the front. So you have, in fact, if you look at it from what do you call it, matter state of the energy electron positioning, 2 double ring SS complete, which is mean total stability.
It's balanced.
2 in the middle
and
and balanced, and
yes.
8 outside. And this is how it works. You have to understand the transfer of the energy one to another becomes totally balanced. If you make different size of the loop, you'll find different effects. If you say your loop number 4 is slightly bigger than loop number 1 and 2 and 3, and then loop 4 and 5 and 6 is the same as the other ones before 4, you'll find you create different position. This is what they call unbalance in your magnetic gravitational field system. So when you're making these loops, make sure in reality you understand how you do it. It's not just making a loop. The loops have to be more or less precisely the same size. The head loop, the top loop is the head, the bottom loop is the anus, if you look at it.
That is correct.
So you need to give from the top to come to the bottom, that to come in, but by closing the loop head to tail, you complete the circle without the leakage to the environment. Because when it comes from the north to go to the south by interaction with the other fields around it, it loses a lot of its power. So the system continuously loses. But when you do a loop like the way you've done, most of what is leaked out goes directly into the entry point, which is the south pole, the bottom. I did this, I understood this with the work with Dr. Elia Kostova. When she was explaining the chakras, I was trying to explain, she was trying to explain to me how they look at it. And I understand it this way.
If you can visualize Kundalini, all right, the serpent that wraps around the spine, okay,
yeah,
it's an infinity loop, okay? The connection, your base chakra and your crown chakra will come together, and that creates your infinity loop. That is when you become one with light or yourself, okay? So in relation to your own personal belief in your own body system, you have an 8 or a 7 loop chakra system inside of your own body. Okay, those are your energies. When you learn about the light, you're bringing it together and you create the infinity, and you have a true understanding. That is where we're headed with this. Okay, so you can put it in relation with your body, and it'll all be in my class to visualize it, so you can see.
Excuse me, what do you mean your class?
I'm putting together an infinity class. All right.
No, you're not putting an infinity class. You come and teach us the infinity class.
Well,
Record
I have to put it together first before I can teach it, because I've got to organize everything.
Put it together. We give you a room to teach.
Sounds good. Let's do this.
You become part of the teacher of the cash value. Vince has put your name forward to become a teacher.
That
So
sounds will help humanity. You know, whatever.
yeah, what happened? Vince will try in the coming time to set up a system with the full recording. What we set up this portal mobile group that, or they send you the packages, depends how Vince and Rick decide to do it, and the people in the background which are helping him, that we make a full professional recording of your teaching, and then we use it in teachings in the coming months.
Well, I'm definitely honored.
This is a pleasure to have people like you, the new generation of scientists. So or if it means we move you instead of moving everything to you, we move you with all the bits ready to a location, we do it, or we get a camera crew to come to you, we pay for it to record you professionally, and then that will be taught over so many sessions in the teachings. So speak to Vince, which I think for us with you is to put a camera crew locally to come in and do a professional recording, and then we pay for the services and send the video back to us. And as we said, for all your time, we pay for it as a teacher. And in so many ways, this is the only option we have to use local camera crews to come and video your teachings, anybody around the world. And we need teachers like you to explain it.
Well, please take my pay and send it to somebody who can use it. All right, I'm well off. I'm comfortable. I don't need anything.
Our right is that they say we use people free knowledge for the benefit of ourselves. Is your right to waiver it, or is your right to accept it? It's no problem for us, but we have to be correct.
I appreciate it.
We organize a camera group, get all your things together for 10 hours, 20 hours teaching in parts, and Vince or Kevin or Richard in the background who are responsible for these things will put a camera crew locally. We pay them to come to you and record everything professionally.
Okay.
And or one of them will come to you with a full camera, whatever equipment it needs to do a professional recording, and then we use it for the teachings from October onwards.
Well, may I ask?
So these are all in the process. So now that we've gone international this way, this is what we have to do, and to bring the knowledge shared correctly. And what do you call it? The knowledge you carry, the knowledge like Brennan and hundreds of people in the background testing and bringing is important for the foundation. We have a bright light coming up in India that we're trying to support and bring up to the same point. We try to keep you lot away from each other, and this is deliberate, because it's been my belief, and this is how I run all my life, is once you start reading and taking other people's on board, you change the line of your thoughts. Maybe sometimes good, but in a way you become with the virgin thoughts in the plasma, and we want to keep these separate. That you all build up your own expertise and knowledge and share it that way, because you try to match the other, and this is not this will not benefit many people, because then you all become a school of one thoughts. So it's nice to give you that opportunity. We'll do the same with Renan, we'll do the same with our friend in Malta, and our friends in India. We are not moving people around just to suit for others to enjoy. We see this problem now. What we did is a huge mistake sending Eric Clausen to China. He's away from his family and is suffering, but is something will be good for the foundation. This is wrong. So we let you to teach, to develop, and we support you. And if you want to commercialize it, we will look and we can support to do it. We'll do it. You do it
But
in your own area for your own nation.
the commercialization just needs to get out to help people. This is the easiest way.
That's all it is. The more people, the more materials, usable material we put into the market, is not commercialization. In showing people there is a new dimension in the work, and when people start using it, others can't scare them. Other people cannot scare people because of it. They can't use a scaremongering system. We've seen that in the past few weeks, what happens with the Keshe Foundation being hijacked. Total scaremongering and slander.
Another
Then people
observation.
see that
I'm sorry.
we have to do this. We have to be open. Carry on. What's the observation?
Another observation that I found a while ago, I made the comment that you can add graphene or graphite GANs to anything, and then somebody found out you put a CDRW laser to it, and it will create graphene out of the graphite GANs. Okay, if you make your custom caustic, let's just say you use regular aluminum, the aluminum caustic that we love so much. Okay, if you take a paintbrush, okay, I noticed somebody had that Reiki symbol, okay, that has the spiral and then the line that goes up through the center. Okay, if you were to paint that with caustic onto the piece of
The
copper,
spiral or the pin?
Somebody was sharing a picture on Facebook about the Reiki symbol that's got a spiral in it, and then a line goes right through the center, kind of like I don't even know how to explain it right now. But anyway.
Yeah, it's like the signs of the chemists. It's like the serpent on the top, but it's just energy rotation. Yeah.
Okay, but it's yes, it looks like a serpent, but it's flat.
Yeah.
If you were to paint that with a paintbrush, okay, just the line of that, that's where the nano coating is going to grow. All right. If you use regular sunlight and regular warm temperatures and don't add boiling water to it, okay, you get a much natural state, a more permanent fixture of your nano coating. Okay, that's why you guys are experiencing the nice shiny caustic solution effects on your nano coating. Okay, you're growing skin the same way that your skin grows on your body. Okay, except for it's black and it's shiny. That's what something with aluminum skin would look like. Okay, so it's absorbing all of that energy and it's going to convert it to light. But if you put it in the sun or you use natural means, okay, without trying to hurry up the process, you'll find that it works faster. Okay, some of you guys are experiencing nano coating, complete blackness of your wires within a couple hours. All right, don't expect every loop or every wire to turn black. Not every skin color is black. Okay, so don't freak out if your cannabis loop does not turn black. Okay, it's okay. There are different skin colors out there, different nano coating colors. So keep that in mind. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is there anything else we can learn? I would like just add to knowledge, if you add your own slime to any seed and then plant it into earth, it will absorb special fields only for you. That is for any plant, vegetable or fruit or anything. Thank you.
That is correct. That's if you want to make a personal caustic or a personal plant for yourself.
Add your own GANs to it.
That is correct. Don't, if you're trying to help other people, don't add your blood to it. Okay, because it may not help them. All right. It's
You know,
not,
maybe maybe you understand why people like the ex-Indian president used to drink his own urine. A lot of people do, because in a way they close the loop.
yes, it's a common practice.
Yeah.
It's being one with yourself. Urine is sterile. It's the most sterile thing. It's just got all the excess nutrients that your body couldn't process. So, you know, why not? You can drink it at least once. The alchemists in the old time used urine to make the white philosopher's stone, and it took about 7 years to do so, to make a true philosopher's stone, which you're making in several minutes with your CO2 reactors. So if you like alchemy, go back and read alchemy.
You
Okay? It all
guys,
ties together.
you guys have reminded me of an unfortunate event I had when I was very young and confused in the middle of the night my drink can or drink bottle with the pee bottle that was beside me in my bed at about 6 or 7 years old. It had a good drink of urine, and that was the first and last time that I did that. But
And most probably that's why you're still so healthy, right?
maybe that's what changed me forever and got me to where I am today. Yes.
And another thing for safety, experiment, guys. Make stuff. Okay, you're not going to learn unless you practice. Okay, if you find something that has unpleasant results, please share it, but cut your infinity loop. Okay, you have to break the cycle. You have to break the circuit. Okay, that's what we're doing with your lives right now. Is you're learning how to break the cycles that you're in, your habits, so that you can be a better person. All right.
Now I'll give you a tip. If you want to strengthen any of the positions in your body, if you make an infinity loop of yourself, as you explained, at the point of where the problem is, or one loop before and one loop after, cut one line of the magnetical and the other loop cut one line of gravitational. You'll find out the energy within you transfers within the frame of the system. Let's say if you have a problem in the fourth chakra, you call it, I call it the energy zone. You make a loop of your structure, the infinity loop, loop. You cut into the, let's say, magnetical of number 3 and gravitation of number 5. If you want to add to it to extract, you cut into number 4 and to magnetical of number 3. I explain something now and may add to your knowledge what you added to us, why you create water, and how the position of gravitational magnetic field absorbs moisture of the air from the body through the rotation of the fields within the body of the man. And if you understand slightly on that field, you understand why your bladder is where it is and why you have your kidneys. The water has to come in the condition of the rotation in a given position in the body of the man. As the energy fields twist, is where it drips in. This is where the kidneys convert and you receive. Look into this and then you find out why even we get rid of some minerals in our body. I studied this 3-4 years ago, because after 5-6 years ago, after I came back from Iran with the problems I had. And then it's very interesting how you can transfer energy which is not needed. You can't go too down. You got to go a step at a time. You make a cup with the same proposition, with the same loop. You can make with your rings, which we saw with Renan, or the loops on the cup, different loops that absorbs different materials or rejects different materials from the body. If, for example, you're highly concentrated on calcium, you want to get rid of calcium, you can make such a structure. It's the first time with what Mike has put on the line, on the table, is that now you learn more or less how plants make GANs of materials from the minerals, which they absorb from the earth. The root is the point of conversion, matching what is outside to convert it into the matching what is inside. It's the breathing system, what you do in your lungs and in your intestine. And then when it comes to the point of need, it converts to that matter state. There's a lot of teaching in the background with what has been done today, but this is the principal knowledge behind the transfer and the loops and how it is.
Now, another thing that you guys can do, all right, is set up your reactors, okay, like you're going to. Get your 3 different kinds of GANs for each reactor, okay? Make 9 containers, okay? Put 3 of the same GANs in 3 containers, okay? So now you have 3, 3, and 3, okay? Still just 3 types of GANs. Now add hot caustic to one of those containers, each of those GANs, okay? Let the 3rd container dry out. Those are your 3 types of GANs, okay? Now take another container, take a little bit from each one of those containers and put it in that 10th container, okay? That's your top reactor, okay? Now take a little bit of that, everything that's in that 10th reactor, and put that all in your caustic, okay? Let it cool, boil it, bring it down to nano state so it's all the same state. Use that, spray your infinity loops, okay? You only need 1 loop to do the same thing for all 4 of your spinning reactors. The infinity loop will replace your spinning reactor. You just have to position it right, okay? So does that make sense?
Nope.
Nope.
Not for them, but I understand what you're doing.
Okay. For those that do understand and are a little bit more advanced in it, okay?
No, go back to the layman. Otherwise we become separated. Let everybody come with us.
Okay. Well, it'll be all part of the class that's going to be presented with the Keshe Foundation.
No, you start the Pandora box. You're going to finish it.
What do you want me to finish?
How you make your rotating plasma core without the machine?
It happens already. The inside of the wire, okay, there's only a slot for each frequency, okay, for each ray of light that you're trapping, okay? So they're not fighting for a position inside. It's already balanced, okay? That's why you have the infinity loop. You don't have to position your or you don't have to load your reactor a certain way, okay? When you load the reactors, you're creating the positions that you want the light to be in, or you're allowing it to get to that position faster, okay? When it's in nano state, you already have the essence of that matter that you've put in there, the light energy. It has a spot. It has its own frequency slot. Mr. Keshe was talking about this, in the last workshop. If you watch the movie Lucy, where she becomes knowledgeable and she can see the frequency lines of different cell phone conversations that are happening around, where she was at, okay? And she was able to single out a single frequency. Well, that's what you're doing, is singling out that single frequency, okay, by adding it to the caustic and then to your nano coating. So it's already got a position in there. It's got its own rotation, okay? So already, it's doing everything for you. So you don't have to worry about the rotation of it. You just have to add the materials because you already know what you want. So you're just going to put it in place. You have all of the knowledge of the placement. All right. Sacred geometry plays a huge factor. Okay. As we saw with, I believe, the video that Alex has shared. Okay. Where he's got the starship formation connected with power beads. Okay. It's an equilateral triangle. It's a three-sided pyramid. Okay. So make a pyramid, put 4 power beads down there, connect them with your wires. Your plasma is going to go wherever you point that wire. Okay. So if you want it to meet in the center, have it all meet in the center. Your light is going to combine there. You decide which direction you're going to put it with your power beads. With the infinity loop, it's already decided for you, and the circuit is complete. Okay, it's balanced, it's automatic. So there is no guesswork. Don't question yourself. Follow your first instinct. I know that everybody out there has some sort of herbal medicine that makes them feel better. Put that in the caustic. Okay, you'll feel better. Put it on your loop. Okay, wear that loop. Obviously, you want to, protect the nano coating because that's what's holding the light inside. Okay, put it in a little plastic container, or shrink wrap it, or do whatever you have to protect that coating, because that's your energy. That's a piece of your soul that you are giving to yourself. So
can I add something? Can I add something with you? I think Brennan is in the background. Is that, look at this, if you can share the screen, Webmaster.
Okay, I can see it.
If you look at the wires, the way we saw the springs shown by Brennan, like 10 centimeter, 7 centimeter, and shortened to a pyramid. This is what I was trying to explain to Redden yesterday or the day before in our talks. You can make a pyramid of your springs by size and tape it and glue it, as I said, with the tape. If you can make the energy points of the body, depending on where the problem or weakness is, you can position this pyramid in that position to strengthen. I don't see the video. I don't know if you can see my drawing.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah. So this process of making a pyramid with the springs creates gravitational magnetic field from this to be connected to this and vice versa. And then the same with every one and every other one. So you created a mass-free plasma within a structure. It's the way you design it and you plan it. And this can have a huge application in different directions. Just by designing and resetting and by understanding the totality. In the thing you talk about, the fourth plasma and the other free plasma, or these things can be done. As I said, we are getting to the point of no need for physical reactors to run the reactors. I explained this in the teachings. I don't know in the classroom teachings or in the public teaching. When you understand this, and then you can mix a combination of different material in plasmatic magnetic field, then the cores, what you call the core number 2, 3, and 4, come to light themselves. That's where the fields want to be manifested to be, that they can create a free plasma. Up to now, as I explained before, we made the reactors to dictate the position of the free plasma. Now with this new insight, with the springs which I explained and the infinity, circular loop with gravitational and magnetic field together, then you understand what happens. Let me explain. Add to the knowledge. This is something, as I said, I've never disclosed this before. Now you understand. We need to add to the knowledge. Can I have some more new papers, please? Look at this. This is what? I don't see the picture on the center. I know what you can see, what you cannot see. Is there a reason for it, Vince? I just see the small picture on the top. I don't see it on my screen.
Okay, maybe I need to pin the picture. Maybe it needs to be pinned. Try that.
Because I only see the one that says SSI.
Well, it's working at this end.
Okay, I don't see it here. Okay, no problem. Let me go back to this. Go back to what you talk about, the infinity loop. This is your infinity loop. Then you understand how gravitational field forces work. This is your infinity loop. There, you presume this to connect to this.
Right.
Now,
The captain's in the center.
now, when you make this smaller, which means you go to the highest strength, yeah, and then you make this bigger, that you go to a further boundary strength. This one is 1 and 1. This is 2 and 2. And now, if you twist back 1 inside the 2, or number 2 inside the 2, this is what you're going to get. You have number 2 with number 1 connected inside. And then in this process, you connect this way. So, in fact, if you look at what unknowingly or knowingly, like in the position of Alex, or with the loop which we gave, we have turned the infinity loop inside itself. And that's why it has such a power. This is the structure of the plasma. This is the working of the plasma. This is what, now you see the structure which you've seen with Alex, the structure which you see with the springs, is the infinity loop which is turned back into itself. The way you made the 8 loops and then the 7 loops and then you connected them back together. This is what it is actually. So you add 8 plus 2, and that's what I told you. The infinity loop which you connected together, it creates a total controlled plasma gravitational magnetic field. And this is how, if you go back to the teaching of the plasma, I explained what is the difference between the plasma and the infinity loop. The infinity loop is this way. If you remember, we said the infinity loop is the field transfer in this manner. And the plasma is a field transfer in this manner, where the gravitational field is still 2 and it sits together where north and north and south join. And then if you look, in fact, this is what you have, the loop inside the loop. You turn it inside itself. And that's why the powers we see with the energy units, which we've seen with Alex, are so powerful. And then that's why with the rings we saw with the setting which we done with Marco, is set this way. Is an infinity loop which is twisted back inside. So you put the gravitational field inside the magnetical field. This is why we saw that spring with Renan, that with the needle and the cover of magnetical and gravitational inside each other. This is what I taught to the private teaching, and I see Renan using it straight away in this structure. Because now you're concentrated. This is why, and this is how universal systems hold their power, and they become the behavior of a plasma. So when when you see like a double loop inside, and I keep on explaining, the center is gravity, the outside is magnetical, is actually by reducing, pressurizing a stronger field of a loop, turning it back into inside the other, it creates a gap. Don't forget, remember that when we had two magnets of the same dictate the positioning. So when you turn a stronger field inside, the outer has to position itself further and creates that gap. And that creates a gravitational magnetic field of any entity of a plasmatic condition like Earth. So in your teachings today, you explain the chakras. Now you understand how it works. How when you make a full loop, you bring everything back is not 8, is actually 10. And that's why it's so powerful. It becomes what we call in the physics term, inert gases, complete. You have 2 electrons in the S1 and 8 electrons in the S2. And it's very powerful. Helium is 2. So you understand that how the system, how it, as a plasma point, operates. This loop which Alex has made inside each other and you all copy is actually like this. Even though you connect 2 together to 1, because the physicality changes the direction in the magnetic field plasma. So all you do, you make a loop and then you turn it back on itself inside it. And to be able to do that, field forces pressurize it to be one distance from the other. Then you understand how you trap in within the gravitational field of any material which you need in magnetic and gravitational field strength. Maybe this gives you another dimension to understand how you operate.
We're just doing a physical recreation of the principal fields. That's all we're doing.
We are doing a recreation of the universal order of the balance field.
Now, Mr. Kesh, there's one more you have to consider. You said helium is 2. In light, helium is actually 3. It's 3 complete infinity loops. Okay, so you're missing.
Pardon? Can you repeat?
In light, okay, for it to be balanced, there are 3 infinity loops. Okay, polarities stuck together like magnets. Okay, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. Okay, that creates the balanced light energy field of helium. So there's 3 infinity loops for helium. There's 2 for hydrogen. Okay, and then a single is called a neutrino. Okay, the neutrino is the very same thing that you make of what you call the Carolina core. Okay, for each twist that you have inside of that loop, wherever it's twisted, you're creating a tiny neutrino or a tiny Carolina core. Okay, and for each twist, you're adding the Carolina core to each other. Okay, so that's how you get the increase in power on a visual picture, I guess, so that you can visualize it. You have to complete the entire plasmatic circle and add 1 to make it balanced. So for numbers' sake, light, if you, like I said, start with hydrogen, it starts at the atomic number of 2, okay? The opposite of light is dark light. Okay, it has an atomic number of -2 for hydrogen. Okay, it only means that it's a negative plasmatic polarity. Okay, and you're using that, and that's what you get the balance from. And I'll be able to explain that when I get the tables of light out. Andy Ross from Australia, fantastic graphic artist. If you could get him on your team, he is well worth it. He has been able to take my mind and turn it into a computer graphic. He's fantastic. We're connected, and I would really like to work with him and Kevin from Austria for this video if it's possible. But they'll make it faster, a lot easier, because I've been working with these guys for the last 9-10 months. We understand each other's lingo. We have that connection. But
you can organize that with the team in the background.
Okay, that's fine.
That's why a team with Richard, Kevin, Vince, and a couple of other people, 2 or 3 people in the background has been set up. They feel comfortable working with each other, and that goes along with the recordings and everything else. You got to organize it with them where you all feel good to work.
Now, in the classes that are coming up, they'll be able to show you guys how to take the one caustic, okay, and then get the different strengths of it. Okay, it's still the same light field. One's just moving faster than the other. Okay, so it's the same element of light, but it's at a different frequency. And that's where Fibonacci number sequence comes in. The number of twists, the direction of the twists. We're going to be showing the flow of plasma as the infinity loop. You literally have to think of and make the copper, the hard copper, disappear and turn it into light in your mind, so you can visualize what the effects are. And it's so easy. All you have to do is add 1. Okay, the table of elements that we know it is infinite. Right now we've got like 120, or whatever number of elements that are known to the general population. Okay, but the number of elements is infinite. All you have to do is add 1 infinity loop. Okay, you can create.
You know what I always say, whatever number element you say, I can make it 1 because I can add 1 to it.
That is correct. You can always
So
add 1.
whatever number, there is always not larger. But then maybe we can add to the knowledge in a different way too. In the future, when a man opens into a space, the direction of the flow of the gravitational magnetic field of the galaxial loop shows the direction to the center of the universe.
In the center of the universe,
The
a gigantic neutrino.
Pardon?
In the center of our universe, and in every universe, is a gigantic neutrino, a gigantic Carolina.
No, it's a very elongated. This is still moving. It's a bullet which has gone into a water. It's still making a trace. You see it, and it's still going forward.
That's right.
It's not spherical.
A neutrino is flexible. Okay, it's stretchy.
It's
like
not
elastic. The more energy you put into it, the bigger it can get. Okay.
But when you look at the structure of galaxies, the way they are positioned in totality, they all look into the center of the universe in the field direction. So you will find out what we've seen, like the loop of the gravitational field still exists in the interaction of the fields of the universal galaxies. But in totality, the way they sit, they centralize towards the center of the universe in the same form as the loop. And in a way, as you go to the center, the loop gets smaller. As you go further, the loop gets bigger. And in the conditions that magnetic gravitational field radiate, they always end up to be gravitational, not magnetical. This is another important point you got to add to knowledge. And because of this gravitational increase, that's why we see supernovas. The position is so much that the gravitational field decides this is what I'm going to release to keep on to the center as I want, as I can handle as the highest strength. Because every supernova condition you call it creates a stronger core. Because more concentrated fields are gathered at the highest strength in the center. You can do the same thing with production of materials. You can start with a very light, release the weaker strength, and build from hydrogen into the center of the hydrogen plasma to plutonium, uranium, and further on. So you can make anything you like from one atom. Now that we have shown this double loop and you're understanding this, it should be very easy for you lot to be able to produce any material from hydrogen. Anything you can wish. All it is, you have to make this center loop tighter. That in tighter, you go to a stronger gravitational field that allows the stronger magnetical field to be released, a bigger mass. Behavior from energy point of view is strength. There is a difference between the mass and energy of the mass. And the energy of the mass of an electron or a proton is the same as the energy mass of the universe. And that's how they connect to each other. That's how every element is connected. Not mass as a weight, but mass as the strength of the gravitational field. Then you understand how everything, more or less, ends up with the same elements in each universe according to the gravitational field, the strength of the center mass energy. It's a huge difference. In time, man will understand this, because then when you do that, you can go from one universe into another without actually doing much work. Because then you tune to the gravitational mass of the given universe within the structure of the same plasma of the, let's say, electron.
Soon it will be revealed on how to travel on light, how to transport things. You know.
Already has been.
Oh, I mean,
It
it's
needs a
just
blind not to see it.
Yes, I understand it. You know, people aren't ready for it yet. You know, you have to understand your soul before this will work for you. Okay, you have to complete your own chakra system. Okay, you have to take care of the things in your life that are causing you problems. If you're working on a project and it's just frustrating you, stop it. Don't do it anymore, because that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Okay, do what is easy for you. Take the path of least resistance in your life. Okay, it's not, and I'm talking to the general group that is listening to these every day. If you want your stuff to work, you want your projects, all of your failed experiments that you look as failures are not failures. They're corrections to your soul. Okay?
Now you understand what I tell you, why every reactor built has the capability to fly. And they keep on telling me, he keeps on saying it, but it doesn't happen.
That's right, because you're not taking care of your own soul. You're expecting it to be given to you, okay? And we can't do it. We can't hold your hand and tell you to go and deal with your daughter, okay? Or, you know, make peace with your daughter, make peace with yourself, okay? Let things go. Know that everything that you have experienced on this planet right now had to happen, okay? You had to do the suffering. so that your body, your RNA, will remember, and you can learn from that experience. And when it's time to go out and reseed and repopulate the universe, okay, you will pass on that information and you will share that information with all of the entities in our universe. Okay, we had to experience that. All right, so now you got to learn to let it go and say, hey, it happened for a reason. Okay, all of those reasons have led me to that point right now at this point in time, and I'm listening to Mr. Kesh and I'm listening to Mike on this recording for a reason. Okay, Mr. Kesh and everybody else out there that is adding to the knowledge, we're all leading towards the light. Okay, you're learning to work with light, you're becoming light workers, and you can only use it for helping people. So if you have animosity in your heart and your soul, you're not going to be able to do this. Okay, so you have to literally be at peace. That doesn't mean you have to be a pushover. That doesn't mean you have to take things from people because you're a spiritual person. Okay, you're not a pushover. You are one of the strongest beings on this planet right now. Okay, because of your knowledge. Don't let anybody push you or deter you. Don't let them bully you, because that's what our society is based on. Be your own individual and stand up. You have the power right now in this infinity loop and all of the teachings that Mr. Kesh has given us, okay, to change the world. But you have to start with yourself first. And if you can't fix yourself, you can't fix anybody else. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry.
I think we're going to call it a day. We've been going nearly 5 hours.
That was excellent,
6
though.
hours.
Yes, it has been almost 6 hours now. So that's likely enough for today's teaching.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my findings. You know, as with anything that I say, you know, my will is my word and my word is my will. Okay. What I say for me and what I teach you guys, nobody else in the background can use it for evil. Just like Mr. Kesh has said. Okay. It's done there on purpose. This is the training grounds. So I love y'all.
Let's see what we bring on the table. Let's see what we can do, and let's see where we can end up. Let's see if we can progress towards the final stage to achieve peace. And as I said, I again emphasize, if you're listening to these teachings today, it's part of the health, peace within the body of the man. We request you to approach, give, go out to United Nations. Every United Nations office say this is what we demand: world peace roadmap. This way it will go on the floor of the United Nations. It's us who has to ask for the peace, for the people who represent us to carry it out. We made a very clean-cut explanation in Mike shows that how much benefit this technology, peace between Iran and America has brought, and the people who start seeing it stopped opposition. Peace has a lot of dividend, not financially, but for the soul of the man too. So I ask you, please, if you are listening, if you are committed to world peace, go a step further and deliver it. Deliver the message to United Nations. United Nations cannot refuse accepting gifts of peace. That's what it is made for. Thank you very much for your time. And see each other next Thursday. Maybe we have some more good news for each other by the time we meet. And please post every test you do. Cancer, any other research. Anything you like to do, just do. And this is important. This is very important that we release the knowledge for ourselves. And you've seen how release of knowledge by individuals is adding to the strength of that. We now see the fruit of the technology. Free energy, free water. free health by sharing it openly. And let the ones who want to do whatever you do, you do. I've just been shown by Caroline an article by PeaceWiki, which is a copy of what is appeared on Cuckoo Foundation, repeating the same thing. Because we denied access to Mr. Alan Sterling for his pedophile activities, which he says he's repented. And what it was funny when he told me, for past 30 days I've been clean, which means 30 days ago I raped a child. And he wants the Keshe Foundation to have, and if you don't do it, I have a PeaceWiki, I can show it. And this is all written by him. So now we see criminals ganging up, but the goods has to come forward. So understand our purpose is peace, and that's how we should deliver it. This article from PeaceWiki, we look at it. The files helping each other, because he confessed that these are people. We got the email of him. We can release it. And what shocked me is this: for past 30 days, I repented and I'm clean. But till next time. So please share the knowledge that people cannot abuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that wraps up the 74th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, August 13th, 2015. And once again, thank you everybody for attending, and also thank you to all our presenters that showed things today that made the show. Okay, till next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.